I think we're good here. Ready to roll? All right, welcome everyone to the Menhaden board meeting. I'm the chair, Mel Bell. I'll be working us through this today. And we actually have a fairly light agenda, only 2 items on the agenda, really. So, very proud of the Shark board. We got through that fairly quickly. So, but we do have some important stuff to deal with. We'll take the time needed to do it. All right, so first item would be approval of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda, Bob?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair. There's nothing to do with the agenda, but somebody left a cell phone upstairs at lunch. It's an older iPhone with a home button, so I don't know whose it is.
But you are my friend because I have a home button.
Yeah, all right. So your technology level is equal with Tony's, but if anyone's missing a phone, let me know. There was a missed call from 410, which I believe is a Maryland number, so I don't know if that's a clue or not, but anyone's missing a phone, let me know.
Anyone missing a phone, let Bob know, or that's okay. No, that's an important thing. It might go off. And, okay, so back to the agenda. Any additions to the agenda? I don't see anything, so the agenda will stand approved. All right. The approval of proceedings of the August 2022 meeting. Any edits, modifications needed to the August 2022 minutes? I don't see any hands. Okay, no objection. Then the minutes will stand approved from the August 2022 meeting. All right, that takes us to public comment. And this will be public comment related to items not on the agenda. So we can do this in person first and then roll to virtual folks. Does anyone here like to make public comment to the board related to anything not on the agenda? I don't see any hands or anybody moving. Okay, so that we can, if you've got people online, we can, and I'd like to try to limit it to like 3 minutes if we could, just so we can move along.
Okay. We'll put a timer up in 1 second.
That'd be great.
Okay, go ahead, Phil Zalzak.
All right, can you hear me? Chairman Bell, my name is Phil Zalzak. First, a statement that Atlantic Menhaden are not overfished, and overfishing is not occurring in the Chesapeake Bay, is not supported by the Commission's own data. On the contrary, this statement has been shown to be false by more recent scientific research. Second, the statement there is no scientific proof of localized depletion of Atlantic Menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay is also false. Finally, the statement that only a few individuals are concerned about the status of Atlantic Menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay is also false. Regarding the Commission's own data, 95 survey site locations were used for Atlantic Menhaden data collection. These locations were shown on page 472 of the Cedar 69 Benchmark Stock Assessment Report for Atlantic Menhaden dated January 2020. The Northeast Area Monitoring Assessment Program, NEMAP, which is the official fisheries and stock management activity for the Commission, surveyed 88 of 95 locations, none in the Chesapeake Bay, none. Even if one wishes to count the 7 industry sites, only 2 of those were in the Bay. Given the lack of data from Chesapeake Bay locations, no conclusion can be made about the localized depletion of Atlantic Menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay using this data set. The claimed lack of scientific proof of localized depletion of Atlantic Menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay is also false. On the contrary, proof of localized depletion is contained in Michael Academia's research study, which was previously forwarded to the board. It concludes there are insufficient Atlantic Menhaden in the main stem of the Chesapeake Bay to sustain the osprey population. Regarding the statement that only a few individuals are concerned about the status of Atlantic Menhaden in the Chesapeake Bay, a letter signed by 22 national and local organizations was sent to Governor Youngkin, calling for the ending of reduction fishing in the Chesapeake Bay until the science demonstrates that industrial menhaden fishing can be done without negatively affecting the broader bay ecosystem. In addition, petitions in support of this letter were presented to Governor Youngkin's office on October 24th with more than 11,000 signatures. Finally, this board can resolve this issue by simply passing a motion which states that Atlantic menhaden reduction fishery shall be limited to federal waters of the Atlantic Ocean. That is the outside Virginia waters and east of the 3 nautical mile western boundary of the exclusive economic zone of the Atlantic coast. In fact, Mr. Chairman, you have the authority to call for such a motion at this meeting. I hope you do. I thank you for your time.
Line. Okay, so no further public comment right now. Okay, good. Well, then we'll get at it. All right. So the first item for business for us on the agenda will be to set the 2023 specifications, and we felt that doing this first would help us kind of establish, folks that have a picture in their mind of what things might look like, and how to help with the decision-making process a little bit later as we get into addendum 1. So I'm going to turn this over to who was running that? Josh. Oh, Josh. Okay. Yes, Jay Newhart.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Guessing we have somebody to flip through the slides there.
Sure.
All right. So we can get some feedback here. Turn this down. All right. So if you want to, I'm going to go over the projection memo that was provided to the board last month, I believe. You want to go ahead and switch to the next slide. All right, so some brief background on TAC specifications. So the coastwide TAC has typically been set at an annual or multi-year level based on board action. And the board has used best available science, which has historically or more recently been projection analysis that uses data from the most recent accepted stock assessment model. So the history of previous TACs are listed there, ranging from a minimum of around 170,000 metric tons up to 216,000 metric tons. And as I may say a few times throughout the presentation, in setting a TAC, the board should consider what level of risk they're willing to accept. As I get into the projections and the associated uncertainty, hopefully you'll be able to decide what level of risk you're comfortable with. So next slide. All right, so the latest projection memo was based off the 2022 stock assessment update that was presented to the board at the August meeting. At that time, the board requested that the TC examine a suite of TACs and their associated risks to reference points. The two main asks were what were the TACs associated with a 40 to 60% probability of exceeding the ERP target. And those were looked at in 5% increments. And then breaking that down a little bit more, the board asked the TC to look at what those TACs might be with a single TAC from 23 to 2025, or as separate years, so a varying TAC across the same time frame. And then the other ask was what is the percent risk of exceeding the ERP target given a plus or minus 10% increase or decrease in the current TAC. Again, looking at that in 5% increments and also including the status quo. Next slide. Just as a refresher, the current reference points are the ERP target is the maximum fishing mortality on Atlantic menhaden that sustain striped bass at their biomass target when striped bass are fished at their fishing mortality target. Similarly, the ERP threshold is the maximum fishing mortality on menhaden that keeps striped bass at their biomass threshold when they're fished at their F target. Next slide. So this is from the 2022 update. The current status of the menhaden fishery is that it is below the F target, the ERP target. You can see on the graph on the left there, ERP target is 0.19. And we are above the fecundity target Again, the target is the solid line, the ERP threshold is the dashed line. That's based on the 2022 update. Next slide. And these figures are from the 2022 update as well. So we have recruitment on the left and biomass on the right. And you can see this is going to be a topic that I'll bring up later when we talk about uncertainty, but just want to bring it to the board's attention now that you can see that we have 2 strong year classes estimated in the model, especially 2019 and 2020. We also have some relatively high recruitment estimates for 2018 and 2021 as well. So then based on those really strong year classes, 2019 and 2020, that's kind of what's driving this increase in biomass on the right-hand graph as well, that you can see just in the recent time series as well. All right, so next slide. So in the projections, we use Monte Carlo bootstrap runs of the BAM, the Beaufort assessment model. Again, that's based on the 2022 update. It's the same methods as the benchmark, just with updated data, more recent fishery data. Uncertainty is accounted for using the best scientific methods available. Just as a reminder, similar with all other projections, they are highly uncertain and they're subject to all the same assumptions that are built into the assessment model. So there's no changing in fishing effort. There's no seasonality that's modeled. There's no structural model uncertainty. So all the same model caveats that apply to the assessment also apply to the projections. Next slide. So more specifically, and as was kind of brought up in the presentation of the 2022 update, there are some additional uncertainty that surrounds the impacts of the data quality or essential lack thereof due to the pandemic in 2020 and 2021. Several surveys that were used in the BAM had missing data points. Some of the larval surveys were actually not used in the 2022 update. And similarly, there was reduced commercial sampling, so we're potentially missing some lengths and ages across the sampling coverage. So that's an additional source of uncertainty that is built into the model, and of course that uncertainty is going to extend out into projections as well. So additional uncertainty that we noticed in the 2022 update, and we also saw in the 2019 benchmark, there was a retrospective pattern observed. And what you can see here, if we look at the 2019 benchmark in the yellow or gold line, you can see that the terminal year of the benchmark of 2019 was a 2017 terminal year, data-wise. So at the end of that benchmark, we saw some very high recruitment classes as well. You can see that in the gold, but then if you compare that to the 2022 update, which used newer data, you can see that those were essentially revised to not be quite as high as was predicted in 2019 benchmark. So the TC discussed this, especially in light of we're seeing these high recruitment years again at the end of the time series as well. And if you couple that with the decrease in the amount of data that we had available to use, that there's some concern that are we seeing that same pattern again? It appears that way. We can't say for certain one way or another. Just to potentially get ahead of a question that may come up, so the 2019 benchmark used 2017 data as the terminal year. However, it was used to set the tax in 2020 to 2021. So those high year classes from the 2019 benchmark that you see in 2015 and 2016 essentially weren't really available when setting the TAC for 2020 and 2021. This year, the high recruitment classes from the 2022 update are from 2020 and 2019. So those fish will be available for setting the TAC in 23 and 2024. So that's an additional source of uncertainty that the TC wanted to bring up to the board's attention. Next slide. So in terms of that retrospective pattern that we saw, and it also occurred in the benchmark. We believe that, especially in the terminal year, the model is underestimating fishing mortality, and we are overestimating fecundity, and that we considered adjusting projections based on 2 accepted methods. And essentially what happened was one method told us, no, don't adjust the projections, it was fine. The other suggested that we should adjust. So the TC met to discuss it, and we felt that we did not recommend adjusting the projections at this time. And as I believe it was brought to the board's attention in August, we would like to, or maybe it was during the call, but the Assessment Science Committee should consider a policy for retrospective adjustments. And that'll just not only help guide the Menhaden TC, but all the other TCs and SASs as well. So I believe that they are going to look at that. I may be mistaken there. But again, so given all this uncertainty, the board may want to adjust their risk tolerance as needed. So next slide. This is the key to the graphs that are presented in the projection memo. I'm not going to go over all the graphs, but I did want to provide a key so people can just refamiliarize yourselves with them. So as we click through, I'll just describe what each arrow is pointing to. So you go ahead and click through. So that solid line there in the landings, that is just whatever TAC is projected. In this example, it's a status quo, so you can see that we're around 194,000 metric tons, and that's not changing from year to year. So we click through once, it should go to the orange line. That's our target. And the blue line is the threshold. And then within each graph, when there is uncertainty, if you click through, you'll see that the solid line is the 95th and 5th quantiles. The dotted line are the 25th and 75th quantiles, and then the dashed line is the median for those whatever scenarios. So if we want to click through, we can actually get into what the projections look like. So this table shows that the first range where we're looking at what the probability that within 40 to 60% probability of exceeding the ERP target, what are the associated TACs? So that's in the first column. The second column is a static TAC, if you will. So a TAC that's set for the same one TAC for 2023 to 2025. And then the other 3 columns are with just a TAC set for each specific year and changing over time. And you'll note that the TAC associated for the single TAC for 2023 to 2025 is essentially the minimum TAC over the same time frame. So if you look at 40% probability of exceeding the ERP target, note that the smallest TAC for the time varying period is the same as the the single TAC for 2023 to 2025, if that makes sense. And at the bottom there, you can see what the recent TACs are from the past few years. So 216,000 metric tons from 2018 to 2020. And then our current TAC of 194,400. All right, next slide. And then these are the TACs with plus or minus 10% from status quo. So status quo is in the middle. That first column goes from a 10% reduction, and then in 5% increments up to a 10% increase over current TAC. Those first 3 columns are the probability of exceeding the ERP target for each TAC year that was requested. And then you can see in the last 3 columns, those are the probability of exceeding the ERP threshold across all years for the projections. You can see those, we didn't have no projection within this scenario had a chance of exceeding the ERP threshold. All right, so I think that's it. With that, we can take any questions.
The presentation. I appreciate y'all responding to the tasking from the board back in August. So thank you. Questions for Josh? Yes.
Hey, it's Robert LaFrance from Connecticut here. I just wanted to ask about the data that you had in terms of COVID and some of the uncertainty that might have gone around that. I just want to make certain I'm understanding. It sounds to me like we just had less data overall in the model. And I was just wondering if you could speak to how much less data we had.
Yeah, that might be a better question if Katie or Kristen want to weigh in on, I don't know if we even can quantify that exactly.
Yeah, so we did have fewer commercial sampling, so that affects kind of the matrices for catch at age and some of the data going into the commercial data. It wasn't zero, but it was quite a more less than we've had before during those 2 COVID years. Additionally, for fishery independent data, several surveys were not running. So the model can accommodate missing data, and we did come up with our regional indices that kind of patched over some of the holes, but it did have greater error associated then with those point estimates. So on both sides, fishery dependent and independent, we had some data gaps.
Thank you. And I guess just to sort of a follow up to that, does that calculate into your risk analysis, the fact that the data isn't, as robust as it was in the past?
Uncertainty would have been higher in assessment, it would have just resulted in some more uncertainty around the estimates, and then that would be carried over into the projections.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for this presentation. It's very helpful. And this is a hindsight is 2020 question and probably should have been asked at the last board meeting, but because the quota is associated with the 40, 45, 50% probability of exceeding the target, tend to be significantly higher than the ones where we're looking at 5 and 10%. Do you have any sense on, let's say for the 40% chance of exceeding the target, what sort of chance we'd have of exceeding the threshold? And if you don't, that's okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't have that offhand. I'm trying to look at the projection graph. I don't think we looked at that exactly. And we don't have, I don't have that. We looked at 60% that's in the memo. So I can't really say as it relates to 40, unless other staff have thoughts.
I think that's it. Yeah, they don't have that available right now. Whoop. Okay, they may be able to find that. Give them a second. Yes, Adam.
Thank you. So we've all dealt with probabilities of overfishing and kind of had a standard of 50%, but that's been in a single species world. Is there any type of basis for the 50% probability of overfishing in an ERP target or threshold world? Has there ever been any legal challenge of anything like that? Do we have any basis to treat that as a standard the way we've treated it in single species management?
I don't think there is any kind of legal precedent or regulatory precedent. This is really one of the first times we've ever actually had a quantitative ERP. We or anybody else has had a quantitative reference point to try to do these type of projections with. In theory, we are sort of accounting for the benefits around forage fish when we set the ERP target and threshold. So whereas before you might have accepted in a single species world, you might have accepted a lower percent probability or a lower risk because of that, of not accounting for that ecosystem services. We're trying to account for that here with these reference points. However, I don't think there's any kind of scientific justification to say 50% is exactly right. I think this comes back to the board's perception of risk and uncertainty about what they value between the risk of exceeding this ERP target versus the benefits of being riskier from a socioeconomic perspective. But we are, I think, in somewhat uncharted waters in terms of exact numbers and best practices around those numbers.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Good question. Other questions? Oh, yeah, okay. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This kind of leads up, similar to what Lynn was saying. I was just wondering if, I know that TC was only tasked at looking at the TAC in 5% increments, and looking at, the probability of exceeding the target and the threshold of those. Was there any work done looking at 15% increase or 20% increase or 15% decrease at all?
We didn't look at anything except for the board tasking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? I think they gave us pretty much exactly what we asked for, which is, thank you for that. My kids never did that. Any other questions at this point? All right, so we're going to have to choose a TAC. So right now we're at 194.4, and if we don't want something other than that, we're going to have to decide. Yes, John Clark.
Are you ready for a motion, Mr. Chair? Just to get the discussion started?
Yeah, it seems like we're kind of out of questions here, so
Okay.
let's get this thing
Well,
rolling.
let's get the discussion. I sent a motion into, the motion is to move to set the TAC for 2023 through 2025 at 259,500 metric tons. And if I can get a second, I'll speak to it.
All right, second by Pat Gear. All right,
Okay.
discussion of the motion.
Well, I'll just say that based on the information we've received, the probability of exceeding the ERP target is 40% for this, which is a much lower probability than we have right now. I know we are facing the very difficult situation coming up here of reallocating the commercial quota, which invariably can cause a lot of dislocation and problems for communities that are on the side that might be getting less TAC in the near future. So I think this gives us a buffer to work through some of these problems coming up without risking exceeding the TAC. And I think it's, and as I said, a good point to start the discussion of where we should set the TAC. Thanks.
All right, Pat, as the seconder, you have anything to add to that?
I agree with what John said. You all remember being in Bar Harbor. It was a little bit colder, not much more, but several years ago when we were doing a TAC, and we went back and forth with 9 different motions that all failed. So I think I agree with John. This is a starting point for our discussion. Starting higher and working from there. So having this discussion, start from this point and work from there.
All right, we've got the motion. You've heard the rationale for the motion. Discussion of that. Yes.
Sorry. Right. Now I was feeling a little off. Now I feel better. Yeah. I'm gonna make a motion to, I guess it would be amend. And it would be moved to amend the 259,500 to 233,550. And if I get a second, I will.
Okay, so you have a motion to amend. Does Megan have a second for that? Yes, Cherie, second. Okay, so motion second. Good. Rationale?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to describe kind of how I got to this number. So I think in our discussion today, we're probably going to hear 2 key themes. One of them is uncertainty in the model, and the other is uncertainty with herring biomass. So I wanted to try and address both of those with this TAC. So regarding the assessment, I think we heard a really good presentation today about some of the uncertainties that COVID has created in our sampling and surveying. And then it also sounds like we have a mild retrospective pattern that I think we need to acknowledge and potentially consider that in our risk tolerance. But I also want to balance that with saying this is a very robust stock assessment. This certainly represents best available science, and it's showing a very healthy stock. So that led me to a 40% risk of exceeding the ERP target, which is actually the 259,500 number. But I then wanted to address herring, and I know
a few years back, we had analysis from the ERP work group, which looked at that relationship between striped bass and herring. And at first it looked like there was a pretty strong relationship there, but we had some follow-up analysis that suggested it was really seasonality that could be playing a role there. And it may not be truly reflecting the ecosystem dynamics. But I do want to acknowledge that is a source of uncertainty. And so I wanted to account for that. And in the ERP workgroup memo, they actually suggested one way to do that is via a buffer. So I took them up on that suggestion and I applied a 10% buffer, and that's how I got to 233,550. I think this board has prided itself on being conservative for Menhaden management, and I think that this TAC follows that. I mean, we're having a very low risk of exceeding the F target. We are addressing herring biomass, and this is all within a very conservative ERP framework.
All right, thank you, Megan. Sheree, you have anything to add to that as a seconder?
No, Megan covered it quite well, but I am concerned about leaning more towards the conservative aspect of the uncertainties that we have realized with lack of data over the last 2 COVID years. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And I think I saw, Robert, your hand first, and then back over to Steve.
I have a question. So I was also interested in putting forward a motion that would amend that motion. Is now the appropriate time for that? My motion would be to go to the 10%, which is 213,480.
Since we had another hand, let's maybe have just a tad more discussion
No
on that.
problem at all. Absolutely. Thank you.
Come back to that. Yeah, Steve, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd say, as a fisherman, this is probably the second most important species to me on the East Coast, and I could support the original motion, but I would have still had a little knot in my stomach on it because we've done a very good job with this species, and if we go up to the max every time and something goes wrong, it's risky. And it seems to me the amended motion allows us to increase tonnage landed while still decreasing fishing mortality. And that is a dream scenario to me in fisheries management. I think the amendment is a much better choice.
Right. Any other comments on the amended motion right now, Dennis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I more have a point of order in that we have a motion and an amendment, and that's where we're supposed to stop at the moment. And we would have to vote on the amendment, and then whatever the main motion is at that time, that's open to further amendments. So we can't have amendments on top of amendments.
Right. Thanks, Dennis. I appreciate that. And I've seen that happen where you an amendment to an amendment. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's procedurally, I think, correct. So discussions on the current amended motion. Further thoughts, pro con? So what as Dennis points out, what we would need to do is deal with this motion, and then we'll go back. So anything else here, Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just procedurally, one of the things you can do is just sort of go around the table and see where people are instead of a whole bunch of up and down motions and that sort of thing. Do you like this number? Do you have another number in your head? Just sort of do it through dialogue. And then I think people have a good sense of what the universe we're operating in is. And then, then you can get into the motions. But it's sometimes a good idea just to see generally where folks stand, if you're up for that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, this is some high level wheeling and dealing here. Okay, that's good point. I mean, are we just get a sense of it's a large room to read the room, but in terms of the number right now, are we kind of thinking that's reasonable, Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get on the record then and say that I support the amended number there of 233,550 metric tons. I appreciated the technical committee's memo and their
their recommendation to look at our risk tolerance. And I agree that sticking with a 50% probability that we used in the last tax setting should be revised here to the 40%. And on top of that, I can support Megan's 10% buffer given the larger ecosystem situation now with herring and mackerel as well. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Well, thank you. Joe, you had your hand up, and then Eric.
Yeah, if it helps, I'll jump in. You know, we asked folks to do a lot of work, and they have, and they've given us some really great information. But I really appreciate how much thought Megan put into this and the comments to the amended motion. And I think I'm ready to support that. I have concerns with playing it even more conservative. To me, it starts to play that we are just going to walk away from all the hard work we ask people to do. And I'm seeing a lot of fisheries independent surveys, and we're all seeing a lot of fish off the beaches here. And I honestly have concerns about very large fish kills next year. And I think probably New York would too, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have concerns being from New England about both herring and mackerel. So I support the motion to amend for all the comments before me, and I would not support a motion to further amend to a number like 10%.
Okay, thank you. Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the 10% that Rob LaFrance had put forward. Megan is exactly right that I think a lot of the discussion here today is going to focus on our uncertainty as it relates to the model and the fact that our ERP target and threshold don't currently reflect the best state of our knowledge with respect to Atlantic herring. And I do want to just throw it out there for us to consider as well. You know, some of the arguments so far have also referenced this board's past actions and how we have been successful in being conservative in managing this very important forage species. And so I went and took a look at some of the changes that we have made over the years since 2012 when we first put in a coastwide quota, and 10% has been the largest increase from year to year that this board has taken in the past. And it just feels like to jump from 194 to 233 or even anything further beyond that seems like a really large increase. Our next action to reallocate the quota amongst our states means we also don't really have a good idea of how well that is going to move things around. Is the capacity going to be where it needs to be to catch all of those fish if we set our quota that high? And so I'm a little bit concerned going all the way to 2025 with an increase of a magnitude this size, that when we get our ERP assessment update in 2025, if there's something that changes because of the incorporation of herring data or other changes to the assessment, we could have a little bit of regulatory whiplash if we need to cut back really quickly, having taken such a large increase. So I just wanted to throw that out there for people to consider with respect to a smaller number. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so there's an opinion for a little more conservative approach. So back to the number we have. Does anyone else like to speak to comfort level to this before Robert, you want to?
Yeah, I just want to speak to it. I really would align myself with what Allison is saying. I mean, if you take a look historically, you've been between 170,000 and 216,000 metric tons. We've only moved 10% up or down in any individual year. This is a significantly bigger movement in a model that we know has some uncertainty, a model that we know has additional uncertainty as a function of some of the COVID issues that we have. It seems to me that it makes sense at this time when we're doing reallocation to actually utilize some having additional fish to help make it easier for different jurisdictions to deal with some of the changes they're going to have. But I don't know that I'm comfortable, based upon what I've heard about the model and what I'm learning about the model specifically with regard to other species, as to whether or not that risk tolerance at 40% is in fact something we want to be at. I feel, and I saw this the other day, there are a ton of fish out there. It seems like some of the stripers are coming back. It seems like there's an ample amount of fish. Where they're located and how we learn about that, we still have a number of years before we're really going to be able to look at this spatially. So I guess I'm really looking at a risk cup and trying to keep it very, very conservative. So that's why I'm trying to keep it within the realm that we've had in the past, but also recognize that we're going to make accommodations to a number of the states because they will be getting some additional fish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's a little bit more conservative again. John? And then Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I made the original motion. I also think that Megan's motion makes a lot of sense. One of the other things that these increases will help us with is one of the problems that's been there since we've gone to the allocations we have now are the harvest coming in from small scale, the episodic event, those type of things. This having a bigger allocation to spread around right now could help us get away from some of those other methods we're using now to allow states to catch more menhaden. That is kind of in a gray area right now, and this would make it everything, hopefully make it more accountable also, the quotas. Thanks.
Okay, so there's again, this is the maker of the original motion, kind of more comfortable with the lower number perhaps. Yes, Warren.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would be supportive of the amended motion. We'd also be open to discussing Rob's as well.
All right, thank you. Dennis? Oh, I skipped you, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at the root of all of this is the desire for some states to increase their percentage of quota. But I have concerns. I will go along with this number, I will say. However, it concerns me that under the original motion, we would be under the allocations presently in force, that Virginia would see an increase of 40,000 metric tons. Under this proposal, Virginia would get about 30,000 metric tons, while the New England states would be, again, as I said at previous meetings, picking up crumbs by comparison. So somehow in this whole process, we should be looking to achieve some form of equity, understanding that there's been a shift in the population and that there's a desire and a need for northern states, particularly in New England, to actually prosecute the menhaden fishery to a greater degree. So while I'm in favor of this, but I do have questions about increasing quota in the Commonwealth of Virginia by 30,000 metric tons. Can Omega Protein under their present regime even handle an extra 30,000 tons, whatever. So again, that's my real concern at this point in time.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Yes, Matt?
Hi, thanks. I think you've given some of the retrospective issues and the TAC projections being based on the single species model without sort of accounting for some of the predator increases in the state of the Atlantic herring. I would certainly support the substitute motion, and maybe perhaps even the 10% option. Thank you.
All right, sounds like we're reading, folks are comfortable with less than the original motion. Yes, Lauren?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I likewise speak in support of the 10% proposal that we heard from Allison and Rob. I think it demonstrates not only wisdom, but prudence and caution. And so that's where my desires would be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So if I'm kind of reading things correctly and understanding procedurally what we need to do is perhaps what we should do is go ahead and vote on the amendment, see how that goes, and then we need to dispatch perhaps the original. And then that takes us to a fresh number that we can have some further discussion if that's conservative enough, perhaps. So any other comments about the amended motion right now? Any other discussion on it? All right, what I'd like to do is vote on it. is that something that we would need to caucus for, do you think? Yeah, okay. 2 minutes or that work? Okay, let's take a 2-minute caucus and we'll come back and vote on it.
So,
Okay, everybody's had time to caucus, I assume, so we will go ahead and vote on this. So Tony, you're gonna stand by. Oh, first of all, is there any objection to the motion? Okay, good, you've saved us some time, thank you. To the amended motion, I'm sorry, yeah, this is the amended motion. So the amended motion, which would take it to 233,550. Oh, no, yeah, 233,550. Any objection to that right now? Okay, I don't see any hands. So then that motion passes without objection. So then that motion now becomes the main motion. Yeah, Robert.
So, Mr. Chair, I think procedurally I can make a motion to amend at this point. Sure. No, take your time. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to get my hand up, so I didn't get missed. Thanks.
Okay, so now you see before you the actual, now this is the main motion. Move to set the TAC for 2023 to 2025 at 233,550 metric tons. That is now the main motion. So discussion of the main motion.
Mr. Chairman, I basically still feel that that's probably too high from where I'm sitting. I do think that the 10% is within the realm and the range that we've had historically. And given that there is a lot of uncertainty, which we've heard for different species, regionality, a whole bunch of other factors, I'd like to make a motion to amend that to the 10% level, which would be the number of 213,840 metric tons for the TAC. And I'll just, that basically would result in a 2025 probability of exceeding the ERP target of 14%. So it's not without risk. It's not like some of the others where we have zero. There is some risk associated with that. And I feel that that's at least, since there is some risk in the out years, and I've noted that the data also tends to show in some of the probabilities that the TAC has to go down into the future. I guess I'm really offering the idea of being particularly cautious in this particular motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to amend again, a little bit more conservative down to 213,840. Is there a second to that? Allison, seconds. All right, now further discussion of the sort of more conservative approach, perhaps. Allison?
Yeah, so I'll just reiterate some of the points from before and be a little bit more specific too with respect to some of the uncertainty. In the presentation, I did notice with respect to the fecundity and the F that our conclusions in the most recent assessment about not overfishing and overfishing, not being overfished and overfishing not occurring, those are in the terminal year. It was sort of in between in the years preceding that. And that terminal year is the one that we're talking about having the most uncertainty associated with it. And in the projections, talking about where the projections were coming from, being based on the year classes 2019 and 2020, moving through the fishery, again, those are the years where we have the least amount of data to constrain our conclusions about what the projections may be. So projections are always uncertain. Models always have uncertainty. That's nothing that this board or this commission is not used to dealing with and dealing with in a responsible way. But I just personally feel like there are some additional sources of uncertainty with respect to this species at this time that warrant this approach and warrant the 10% increase. Thanks.
All right, thank you. We've heard from kind of both sides of the table there for a rationale for that. Pat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that the 10% that has been mentioned before has historically been the increases or decreases were before the ecological reference points were put into play. So, and you're pointing out, you're saying it's a very, very conservative estimate. And I agree with what Mr. Semino said, that it's like, it's almost too conservative, in my opinion. So I'm going to oppose this.
All right, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really having a hard time why we can't get our head wrapped around success. I mean, we spent yesterday talking about being flexible, and when things go up, we need to be flexible. And when I'm pretty darn sure that when things go down, we're not all that flexible, because the conversation would have been over if these numbers were reversed. So I support the underlying motion. I said that before. And I just, there is no reason to worry about 233,550. I mean, I realize uncertainty is some concern, but uncertainty is built into this model as well. And I realize that it's only anecdotal information, but if you go out on that boardwalk, there is Menhaden as far as you can see. And that's the case from Maine to Virginia. And that works for me. So thank you.
Okay, we've heard some support, some opposed to that. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't support the amended motion to the motion on the board right now. Understanding that ecological reference points, this is really the first species that we're managing, and it's relatively new. And I agree with ecological reference point management. I appreciate the work the technical committee has done, and I'm wondering what's the probability? What are we at 233,000 metric ton? What's the probability? 30%? But also we have to keep in mind the harvesters in this nation. And because we failed managing Atlantic sea herring properly, and we have failed managing mackerel properly, this is the one forage species left in the ocean for both the ecosystem and for the harvesters to use for bait. So I can't support the amended motion. I can support 233,500. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also cannot support the amended motion, and back to what Pat said before. Remember, we went through a painful exercise of getting ecosystem-based reference points, and that was to make this more predictable. So new management, and we're going to try new things now. So I think that's the 10% is way too conservative based upon the effort we put in with ecosystem reference points. So I think we need to take something, and it's still not very risk averse. I mean, I think we're talking about maybe in the 20% chance of not exceeding the or exceeding the target. So it's still pretty low. And on top of that, just as to everyone, and I hope we agree at the table that, and then we get down to say 2 or 3 years, and then suddenly we maybe erred a little bit. We may be doing big cuts back at that time, and so that's, I think, the way we need to start managing now, is that the new tools we're using, we should be utilizing our success, as Eric said. And if it turns out that they're not working well, then we should take equal measures in a future day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Robert.
I just want to respond to that particular argument. And that's exactly why I would like to see the 10%. I don't want to see us trying to like overstate and overshoot targets or tax every year. And so by trying to do it in a predictable way, trying to move the attack from one level to another at a sort of a predictable way at 10%, I recognize it's exceedingly conservative. But I also recognize it sends a signal to the fishermen that, yeah, if we continue to manage the species like this, we can continue to see increases over time. But to do it, put it way up and then have to pull it back, I think that we're going to be in trouble if we have to do that going forward, which is why I'm supporting the 213,840 metric ton.
All right. I'm starting to get kind of a sense of the room. So I think we're at a point where this is going to be a crucial vote. What I would suggest is if there's any other comment from anyone at the table at this point, let me know. But what I'd like to do is get a little public comment on it before we vote, and then that'll probably be an important vote. So anyone else want to comment on the amended motion? We're down to the 213 level. Don't see any hands. So, yeah, we could go ahead and take one now.
It's Jeff Kalen online.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Kalen with Lunds. Sorry I couldn't be with you today. Just very briefly, I don't support the amended motion at 10%. I'll just point out that wouldn't even put us back to the 216,000 where we were in 2020 when we took the 10% cut, which I think in retrospect, wasn't necessary. This is an important fishery. You're going to discuss allocations. We're all concerned we're going to lose access to the resource, that we've earned over time through our history and so forth. So I think the 10% motion is needlessly conservative, and a reasonable place for the board to end up today is with the underlying motion, the 233,550, which in and of itself is extremely conservative. And I guess I'm offline. I'm looking forward to talking more about the herring buffer. We've been in the herring business a long time, and the last time I just heard yesterday that striped bass is at 75% certainty that it'll be recovered by 2019. And remember, we're leaving enough menhaden in the water for that to happen, according to this ERP model. So the herring buffer is pretty hard to accept, but I will support the 233,550 as a reasonable compromise, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's it for public. What we'll do, you need to caucus again? Or you want to just go for it? All right, let's just go for it. So we have it, say again? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, I didn't mean accept it, but we could vote. Let's just go ahead and vote on this. All right. So do you need to caucus before we vote on this? No. Okay. All right. So then we have the amended motion here to amend the main motion back to from 233,550 down to 213,840. So that is the motion on the table, and I assume there are objections to the motion, so we'll go ahead and vote on. You want to call state by state?
Will do, Mr. Chair. So we'll start with those states in favor. Please leave your hands raised until I call your state name. Connecticut, Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, Pennsylvania, and no hands online. Those, oh. Erica, did you put your hand up? Can you raise it again if you did? All right, and Florida. Thank you, Erica. Those against the motion, raise your hand. Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maine, and New Hampshire.
All right, any abstentions? No, no votes. Okay, so what's the final tally there? Okay, 5-4, 15 against, or 13? 13 against, yeah, that's some extra states. All right, so that motion fails. So the main motion is, the original motion is still the motion we have. All right, so that takes us back to the original motion. Yeah, you go make a clean slide. All right, clean slide. There's the motion in front of us now. Any further discussion of this motion? Okay. Yes, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have trepidation here. I feel obligated to say something because our delegation was split on that last motion. I do agree that the 10% number is too low and that we need to manage this appropriately so we're not seeing fish kills. We've been down this road before. So I'm just going to try one time here to amend this motion to replace the 233,550 with 225,000 metric tons as a compromise between being too low and too high.
Let's get that down there. Was that 225, Lynn? Even?
225,000 metric tons, 225,000.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend to 225,000 metric tons. Does that get a second? Yes, Lauren, does that second? Okay, Lauren Lutzing seconds. All right, a new number for you to ponder based on, it's not quite as conservative as the 10% approach, but it's a little more conservative, sort of something in the middle. Thoughts about that? Joe, and then Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is with all due respect to Lynn, who's a friend and a colleague, and I think she knows it's with all due respect. But, you know, there was a comment about sending a message to fishers. We're sending a message to the scientific community that we would rather do this arbitrarily because we know better somehow than what's coming out of the best available science. I think Megan had a very well-reasoned move to get us to the 233, and this is kind of a shame. I mean, all the press releases that went out in support of this approach, to just walk away from it now, I'm a little flustered. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Joe. Robert?
I just want to thank Lynn for putting forward the motion. I think it definitely moves us closer to being conservative, and I recognize people are sort of back and forth about what level of risk we're willing to take. I feel that this is a very reasonable approach. It's a significant increase from where we're at. It's not like we're not listening to the science. We're just not maybe moving as quickly as it might recommend. Thank you.
All right, other comments on this amendment approach? Yes, Megan, and then Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm going to support the underlying motion of 233-550. I think thinking back to the framework for our ecosystem reference points, we consistently chose to set ourselves up for a conservative framework. And I think we did that by assuming the maximum demand of striped bass on Menhaden in the assumptions that we made. So I think we set ourselves up conservatively. I think I agree with the comment before me from Joe that I get a little nervous about deviating too strongly from the guidance that we're being provided, particularly when this is a very healthy stock. And I think to once again echo Joe, you know, last night he said we need to learn how to celebrate the wins. I think this is a potential win here.
All right, thank you. Steve? Oh. Any other comments on the, or discussion of the amendment before us? Anything new? Okay, don't see any hands. Let's go ahead and vote on the, I'm sure the opposition. So are you just all in favor? Okay, all in favor of the amended motion here to reduce down to 225,000, raise your hand. Got one.
And again, keep your hands up. I'm going to raise the names. I have Florida, Connecticut, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, Pennsylvania, PRFC, and Maryland.
All right, all opposed to the amended motion?
Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, Maine, and New Hampshire.
Okay. That was 11 to 6. So yeah, 6 to 11. 6 in favor, 11 against. Yeah, 6 in favor, 11 against. So the motion fails. And the abstentions and nulls? Oh, well, we didn't have any abstentions. I don't think we nulled. Okay, yeah. All right, no abstentions. All right, that takes us back again to the original motion we have up there.
Might be 7. Might be 7 to 11.
7, okay, it was 7 to 11. All right, so this is the motion before us again. I don't know if we need any additional discussion of it, anything new?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not really, but we've narrowed the numbers down as 225 being too low and 233 agreed upon number. It seems like we would only be working between 233 and 225. So I think it's time to call the question.
That's why I was asking for anything new. I think you're right. We're kind of, we've kind of honed down a little bit there. So let's go ahead and vote on this. So do you need to caucus on this motion? No? Okay. All right. So then the motion we're voting on is to move to set the TAC for 2023 to 2025 to 233,550 metric tons. That's the motion. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand and hold them up till we count.
Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maryland, Delaware, Maine, and New Hampshire.
All right, thank you. All opposed to the motion, raise your hand. Oh, okay. Well, all right, thank you. So the motion carries unanimously. All right, so we have a new TAC established. Thank you. Yeah. So that's it for item 1 on the 2-item agenda. So you're halfway there. Anybody need to take a break at this point? We good? We'll roll into the next item then. So we have a multi-level presentation up here. So James will start and then relay, and we'll just work through this whole thing. So we'll have his presentation first. James. We're just loading the presentation. Just give us a sec. Yes, Roy.
Before we move on, I'm wondering if I could request the calculation of the percent associated with the motion that we just passed. In other words, is it 25%, 20%, or what? If we could get that calculation, thank you.
Yeah, hang on. Let's take 5 and we'll get things set up here. And then we'll deal with that question too, Roy.
Hey, Roy, just a clarification. Are you asking for how much percent increase of the overall TAC or the error associated?
The percent probability.
We can probably give you a range, but not a specific, because we only ran the specific ones that were included in the memo, but we can give you a range.
take a break and talk amongst yourselves for a few minutes. All right, if y'all like to move back to your seats, we'll get back to it.
Looks like whacking up.
All right, we're going to get started here. 3 o'clock. Okay, now we're going to get into Addendum 1 to Amendment 3. James has got a presentation first. Are you going to deal with Roy? Oh, yeah. I'm going to deal with Roy's question. Sorry.
So Roy, you're interested in knowing what the percent risk of exceeding the ERP target is associated with the new TAC that was just set at 233,550?
Yes, that's correct. I'd like to see it in the meeting record if it can be calculated, and I understand it may take additional time.
Yeah, that's correct. Just based on the memo, we can only give you the range somewhere between 14 and 40%. But if you'd like to task us with calculating it, we'll send it back to Amy and get a number for you.
Well, I'd like to see the number. I don't want to make an assignment just based on my opinion, but that is my opinion. Thanks. All right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, I'll be reviewing the options in Draft Addendum 1 and the associated public comments. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, I'm going to start with a very quick overview and recap of the process that the document has gone through until this point, and then I'll move on to covering the contents of the draft addendum. Unlike in previous meetings where we took one section at a time, due to how interconnected these sections are, I'm going to go through the entire document and all the comments, followed by the presentation from the AP chair, and before taking questions and moving on to motions altogether. The goal of today's meeting is to choose the final options for implementation in 2023. Next slide, please. So here's a quick recap of the process. The board initiated the development of Draft Addendum 1 in August of last year, 2021, and the document went through a few iterations before it was approved for public comment in August of this year. Public comments were accepted from September 1st through September 30th and summarized for the board to consider for final approval at today's meeting. Next slide, please. There were 10 total hearings ranging from Maine to North Carolina. These included 2 webinar, 6 in-person, and 2 hybrid hearings. 246 members of the public attended the hearings in total, not including state or commission staff or commissioners or their proxies, although some people did attend and comment at multiple hearings. Electronic polls and show of hands were used at most hearings for some of the options. And from the written comments, a total of 121 comments were received, with 34 coming from 3 different form letters and 23 organizations commenting across 9 different letters, which left 64 individual comments. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a summary of all the major options. I'm going to present the options in order of the document. So I'll begin with the 2 steps of the allocation as shown at the top of the slide, followed by the episodic event set-aside options, or ESA, and then ending with the 4 sections of the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries provision. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're starting with the allocation. The objective of the options in this section are to align with the recent availability of the resource, enable states to maintain current directed fisheries with minimal interruptions during the season, reduce the need for quota transfers, and to fully use the annual TAC but without going over. Next slide. So for step 1, to set the minimum allocation to each state, most comments favored option B, to use a 3-tier minimum system that aims to reduce the amount of TAC that was reserved for minimum allocations while still allowing for states to acquire the necessary allocation when combined with step 2. Many of the comments in support of option B express concern that giving quota to states that do not use it or only reduces the quota to states with a greater economic reliance on the Menhaden fishery when that quota is already designated for a potential harvest. Comments in support of the status quo, which is option A, of a 0.5% fixed minimum, often felt that it was most equitable to assign the minimums equally and wanted states with smaller or no Menhaden fishery to have a greater ability to reserve quota for other ecological purposes. Next slide, please. Sorry, 1 second, lost my place. Okay. So moving on to step 2, to determine the time frame used to assign the remainder of the coastwide TAC. Most comments favored option 2, to use landings from the average landings from 2018-19 and 2021. Comments in support of that option often referred to increased availability and economic need in the Northeast in particular, and a desire for quotas to align more closely with that availability. A number of commenters who prefer option 2 also gave a secondary preference for option 3A sub option 1, which would use both historical and recent landings while giving recent landings a greater weight at a 75 to 25 split. The second most popular option was option 3A sub option 2, which weights the historic and recent landings equally in a 50-50 split. And supporters of this option often said that the system is more equitable to benefit long-standing fisheries. Another significant minority of comments supported some version of the moving average in option 4, either 4A or 4B, or didn't specify, to update the time frame to always be the most recent 3 years. And those commenters generally noted the changing nature of the fishery and wanted to see the quota distribution be equally dynamic over time. Next slide, please. After the August board meeting, staff added the 2 options for the overage paybacks to the end of the allocation section, as we discussed at that meeting, to allow for overage paybacks in the 2nd year after an overage due to the timing of when we have our most accurate understanding of the previous year's landings. However, to further streamline and simplify the options being presented in the public hearings, this section was omitted very early in the hearing process, although there was 1 vote for option 2 in the written comments. Next slide, please. All right, moving on to the episodic event set-aside. The options in this section, their objective is to ensure sufficient access to episodic changes in regional availability in order to minimize in-season disruptions and reduce the need for quota transfers and incidental catch or small-scale fisheries landings. Next slide. There are only 2 options in this section. Most comments were in favor of option 2, which would have the ESA increased somewhere between 1% and 5%, although the vast majority of those commenters did not specify a sub-option. Of the supporters that chose a sub-option, most supported option 1 for the board to set the new percentage statically at this meeting. Many comments in support of some version of option 2 also expressed support for the increase to be to the maximum of 5%. Supporters of option 1 to maintain the ESA at 1% sometimes oppose the ESA generally as a way for a small group of states to fish over their quota, or believe that it is sufficient to achieve its goal already at 1%. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries section. The objective of these options are to sufficiently constrain landings to achieve overall management goals of meeting the needs of existing fisheries, reducing regulatory discards, and indicating when landings can occur and if those landings are part of the directed fishery. Next slide, please. So this first section is about when is the state allowed to enter into the incidental catch provision. So most comments supported option 1, the status quo, although it is notable that option 2 achieves the same goal, which maintains the ability for states to divide their quota by sector and for sectors to enter into the incidental catch small-scale fishery provision at different times. Supporters of this current system frequently cited the benefits of flexibility for different states, and some referred to the success of the sector divisions that are currently utilized in New Jersey and Virginia. Supporters of option 3, which would make it uniform along the coast that states cannot enter into the provision until the entire state allocation is met, expressed concern that the system may be manipulated to get fisheries into the incidental catch provision earlier in the fishing season. Next slide, please. Section 2 is concerning the permitted gear types in the incidental catch provision. Most comments favored option 1 to maintain the current list of permitted gear types. The primary concern for many commenters was that by removing purse seines in either option 2 or 3, they would lose the ability to release menhaden over the trip limit and non-target species alive, especially if the pivot was to gill nets. Along with the bycatch mortality, some commenters cited the economic and physical toll of removing purse seines, as they felt gill nets were less efficient and harder on fishing crews, as well as the concern of adding more lines to the water should they transition to a stationary gear. As a reminder, the sub-options of option 1, which were also omitted from the hearing presentations for clarity, give the board the ability to choose the status quo while changing the classifications of one or both of fyke and trammel nets to better reflect their uses, as we discussed at the previous meeting. Opponents to option 1, whether they supported option 2 to remove only purse seines or option 3 to remove all small-scale directed gears, frequently felt that purse seines specifically do not conform to the goals or the perceived goals of the incidental catch and small-scale fishery provision as either small-scale or non-directed. Next slide, please. Section 3 concerns the trip limits for those permitted gear types. The majority of commenters favored the status quo for directed gear limits, trip limits, which would maintain the 6,000 pound per trip per day limit, often citing the relatively small percentage of incidental catch small-scale fisheries landings when compared to directed landings, and believing that lowering the trip limit would make the incidental catch or small-scale fishery economically unviable, thereby enhancing the burden specifically on small fishers. Options 2 and 3 would reduce the trip limit to 4,500 pounds and 3,000 pounds respectively, only for the small-scale directed gears that are listed at the bottom of the slide, which are the same gears that would be removed from the provision entirely under option 3 of the previous section, 3.3.2. Similarly to the previous section, fyke and trammel nets have been removed from the directed gear category for options 2 and 3. Next slide, please. This last section is discussing whether or not incidental catch and small-scale fisheries landings should count as part of the total coastwide quota. Most comments supported option 1 to continue the current system where those landings are not counted against the TAC. Similar to other sections of this provision, some commenters believe the incidental catch small-scale fisheries landings to be a small percentage of the overall landings, and then imposing limits on it puts an undue burden on small fishers. When counted together, all of the different versions of option 2 represent a very significant minority who largely expressed the view that incidental catch and small-scale fisheries landings should be counted equally to directed landings in order to limit the overall use of the provision. While few people chose an option regarding the board response, there was an even split between those who support modifying just trip limits and those who support a hybrid approach of modifying both trip limits and gear types. And as a reminder, the sub-option 1 under both 2A and 2B would give the board the ability to make a modification through board action, but the board may always choose to use adaptive management to make a change, regardless of whether those sub-options are selected. Next slide, please. There were some additional comments that were received that were either tangentially related to the topics in the addendum or regarding other topics altogether. Related to allocation, a number of commenters expressed concern over the distribution of coastwide quota, particularly in the concentration in the reduction fishery. Many commenters also raised concerns regarding the size of menhaden that are landed and how spawning stocks may be affected by juveniles being harvested. Related to the incidental catch and small-scale fisheries provision, some commenters did not select a specific option, but they expressed general concern that without more restrictive limits on menhaden fishing, the stock will follow the same decline as was seen in Atlantic herring. And additionally, many commenters were concerned about incidental catch and small-scale fisheries landings specifically being used in the allocation timeframes, leading to a greater increase of quota relative to other states for states that utilize the provision more. And so additional topics that were raised, while this is not an exhaustive list, here are some of the comments received that were not specifically related to the addendum. There was general concern about the spatial concentration of Menhaden harvest along the coast and the effects on local ecosystems, especially in sensitive areas such as Chesapeake Bay, Boston Harbor, and Narragansett Bay. There was general concern about the complexity of Addendum 1 and the quota system overall and its ability to understand. And a number of comments also concerned state regulations that do not pertain to the commission here, but may be of interest to the commissioners. Next slide, please. And so with that, I will pass it over to AP Chair Megan Lapp, who is on the webinar, to provide the Atlantic Menhaden Advisory Panel report.
Thank you, James. The Menhaden Advisory Panel met on November 1st with 8 AP members in attendance and with 1 AP member providing written comments, which are incorporated into the summary. As you can imagine, a lot of the AP input was split based on geographic location of the AP members, which will come as no surprise to the board, with a few exceptions, which I'll try to point out. Next slide, please. The 3-tiered fixed minimum was supported by 7 AP members with no opposition from any AP members, so I would encourage the board to take note of that. There were different rationales and differing opinions that led to this support, but wide support for this option. Next slide, please. For this, on allocation timeframe, there was more of a split opinion. 4 AP members supported option 2, the recent years of 2018, 19, and 2021 to support the recent Menhaden distribution, but 2 of those also stated that they could support option 3A, sub-option 1, the 75-25 weighting as a backup in case the board did not accept option 2. There were also 3 AP members who supported option 3A, sub-option 2, the 50-50 weighting of years. And I would note that there was no support for the option 4 moving average options. In fact, 2 AP members specifically opposed these options, so I would encourage the board to take note of that as well. As far as allocation from the AP, the main takeaways were a lot of support for the 3-tiered fixed minimum and no support for the moving average options. Next slide, please. Moving on to episodic events. 3 AP members supported option 1, the status quo of 1%, with the rationale that allocation options already address increasing quota in the Northeast, and 1% is a lot of fish. 2 AP members supported option 2, increasing episodic events between 1 and 5% to suit the objective of episodic events to address northern influx of fish. Next slide, please. For incidental catch small-scale fisheries, as far as timing, 2 AP members supported status quo. 1 AP member commented that their state does not separate quota by sector, but they would not oppose option 2 if that helps other states. Next slide, please. Regarding gear types under this provision, 1 AP member supported option 1, status quo, emphasizing that it is important for the Maine lobster industry and noted that the large turnouts in public hearings in Maine were to support this option. And we had some discussion about how purse seines are important for the Maine lobster fishery. 3 AP members supported option 2, removing purse seines from the approved gear types. 2 of these 3 preferred option 2, but would accept option 1. These 2 AP members were strongly opposed to option 3 because it would eliminate the incidental catch small-scale fishery in the state of New York if it were adopted. 1 AP member was more strongly supportive of option 2 and did not believe that purse seines conform to the goal of the provision and noted that the 150 fathom size restriction placed on purse seines currently in this provision as non-directed gear is the same size limit imposed by the state of New Jersey for directed gear. Next slide, please. Regarding trip limits, 4 AP members supported option 1, status quo, and there was no support by the AP for changing that at all. So I would encourage the board to note that. As far as catch accounting, 1 AP member supported option 1, status quo. meaning that the landings don't count against the TAC. One AP member supported option 2 to account for the landings against the TAC, but did not specify a sub-option. Next slide, please. And an additional issue that did come up in the discussion was the desire of one AP member to consider beach seines separately from hull seines due to differences in those gear types in the New York fishery. And that is all I have, Mr. Chairman.
At the end of the day, everybody is probably not going to be happy, but you need to be content enough with what we've got to move forward. And that's the thing here is I don't think anybody will walk away from the table 100% happy, but that's natural in this type of process. So what we've had a good bit of public input through the hearings, through the written comments that you've seen, a couple hundred pages of that. We've got the AP input. You've obviously given this a lot of thought because I've heard from a number of you, and I know we have some motions that have been submitted that we can tee up at the appropriate point when we come to that. But what I'd like to do is just work through this and hone it down to something that's acceptable. Yes, Doug.
Mr. Chair, before we move on anything, could I ask a sort of a procedural question?
Sure.
So in step 1, right, we've got 2 options, and the second option being a 3-tiered, and realizing that 3 states were included in the lower end of the 3-tier. But if we wanted to move, or at least one of those states wanted to move into the other tier, is that doable within the realm of the public comment that we've already put out there?
Yeah, would that be enough of a change that it would fall outside of what we've sort of scoped through the public?
Give me 1 minute.
While she's looking, I'll, if that's.
So the trick is obviously as you move through these things, you can't get outside sort of the box that we've created. As long as you make adjustments that kind of fall within the box of the parameters that we've scoped or we've taken through public hearing and we've analyzed, that's probably where your wiggle room is. And that's the question, is that particular concept something that we could adjust?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking at is if the 3 states are at 0.01% level would be interested in joining the other states at 0.25, especially in light of the increased quota, because I don't know that 47,000 pounds would ever allow a state to develop a small scale fishery, but I'd like to see us move up one, and that's not one of the options that was put out there.
We're just trying to get an interpretation here. Right. Hang on.
That's just the one. Doug, I want to confirm with Bob on one piece of it. That's why I'm pausing and waiting for him to come back. But I would note that I know you said that you only get, I think it's 47,000 or roughly pounds, but it is, we do say in the draft that, that it's just the initial portion of your allocation. You will get whatever else is, or I guess you don't have any landings history, so you won't get anything else. So never mind. Sorry.
Or should we come back to that?
Can we continue on with discussions
Yeah.
and I'll get back to the board?
Okay. All right. Okay, so just to kind of move along here, I'm kind of moving through the document and dealing with the first, and I'm actually using the document, moving from page 12 to 13. You've got two options to deal with: status quo or the three-tiered fixed. Yeah, but that kind of gets to your, yeah, we're right there. Maybe we should move past that one to the next. Okay, yes, since you asked that question, Doug, we're not really prepared to probably deal with that one just yet. About under the, well, yeah, I mean, it's, okay. Well, while we're waiting on kind of Bob's interpretation, we can at least just discuss that, I guess. So Doug, you brought that point up. If others would like to weigh in on that as well, we certainly can, or discussion on it. Yeah, Chris?
I'd just like to echo Doug's point. I have the same concerns as far as the way the three-tiered system is set up and whether or not it can be adjusted.
Okay, so yeah, John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just from the way I read this is that for right now, the three-tier, what went out to the public was pretty concise and clear as to what it said. Based on the concerns they're raising, wouldn't that be something that could be done by an addendum after this addendum?
Possibly. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting on the Bob thing too, but my interpretation was probably a little more stricter in whatever you took to the public. That's the way it is. That's just my interpretation. Yes, Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps my memory isn't as good as it used to be, or maybe we're talking about something different. But my recollection is that at the meeting where we approved this document for public hearing, we had an extensive debate about the three-tiered fixed minimum in terms of what states were going to be in which tier. So we've already discussed and debated that. At least that's my recollection.
Okay, thanks, Emerson. You know the recollections of that, Doug?
As we have seen, states do have the right to change their minds, right?
Certainly. Yes, Robert.
I just want to point out the last sentence in the document because I do think it speaks to what we're talking about at some level. It does say the total TAC assigned to this option, and it breaks out 3 states, 4 states, and 9 states. So it seems to me that all of those percentages could be altered. You just have to make certain that you change the percentage.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thanks.
Yes, Malcolm.
Just thinking back on other documents that went out for public review where we may have had a suite of levels, we've moved within it. We hadn't accepted the 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 options. We may have done option 6 as long as it was within that area. The 3 states or all the states in the 3rd tier, option A, would allow up to 0.5% if we took it. To go up to the 0.25 instead of the 0.01, I think would be within a range of values that had been vetted and sent out to the public. So it's not saying, well, we want to go up to 3%. So it's not like we are exceeding a number that's already been sent out to the public. And I know in the past we have moved to numbers that weren't exactly in the documents that were sent out. So I don't see where moving up a little bit. And I mean, we're talking about 0.45% of the TAC to move the 3 states up to the 0.25.
Right. Any other thoughts on that? So there's an argument for you've kind of got a range that we've technically shown the public from 0.5 down to 0.01. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say for the record, just if it puts any of this in perspective, that under the new TAC that we just developed, that 0.01% level, I believe, would set those states at just over 51,000 pounds of quota, if I did the math right. I think it's 51,489. So just so we understand the poundage that we're talking about here.
Sorry, wrong button. Yeah, so somewhere around 50,000. Yes, Tony.
Okay, to answer Doug's question, so you're asking if we could move those states into the 0.25 category, thus turning us into a 2-tiered approach. And I think that is within the realm, because if you are currently at 0.5, then it is within the range of what went out for public comment. In that sense, the board did remove a 2-tiered option before, but that 2-tiered was 0.01 and 0.5 were the 2 tiers. So it's not exactly the same.
Okay, so then if we go with the 3-tiered approach, we have to identify then specifically what level of state, or can that come later in that range?
Correct. You would have to identify, it would be a modified version of option B. I wouldn't necessarily call it a 3-tiered approach anymore, because you would not have 3 tiers to keep it clear.
Okay, so far we're just having questions and talking about this. Yeah, Tony?
And that's my interpretation. If the board does not agree with my interpretation, that is the prerogative of the board.
So there's no specific motion or anything at this point, unless we want to.
If you'd like a motion.
Well, that might help us just kind of focus on some action here, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that the states of South Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania be moved from the 0.01% to the 0.25% allocation. And if there's a better way to word that, I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah, we're going to try to capture that, or everybody heard that. At least based on, so what Doug was saying was a move from 0.01 to No, this is this isn't one you have. Yeah, let's put it up there for you. Doug? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to modify my motion before he gets a second, if that's okay.
It's not up there yet.
I'll wait till we're ready. If I can read my shorthand. Mr. Chairman, I would move to modify, I gotta get my getting right. I'm sorry? Yeah, modified version of 3.1.1, the allocation, step 1, so that the following states are at 0.025. Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Georgia, Connecticut, Delaware, North Carolina, and Florida. Each would be receiving a 0.25% share. Do I need to read the 0.5s?
Yeah, just go let them get that down.
All right. And
That all the states?
and then the remaining states would each receive a 0.5% of the tax. She's coming back.
Okay, so this is a modification, proposed modification of option B there on page 13, three-tiered approach.
And I believe it's a modified version of option 2 of option B of 3.1.1. Don't get this right.
So the motion is move to approve a modified version of option
B,
section 3.1.1 allocation, step 1, so that the following states are at 0.25%. Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Georgia, Connecticut, Delaware, North Carolina, Florida, and the remaining states will all receive a base allocation of 0.5%. That's the motion? Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second for that motion? Chris McDonough? Okay, discussion of the motion. Doug, you want to lead off with, since you made the motion?
Certainly, just a little more. So I realize that we don't have an active fishery today, but we certainly have menhaden in the state of Georgia. We do use an awful lot of menhaden in the state of Georgia for our bait, for our crab fishery. It all comes from this, from the mid-Atlantic. I am very surprised that at some point that someone hasn't developed a fishery to supply our own bait. If we were left at the 0.01, I don't think that option would ever be there. And I'm currently feeling like my fishermen feel when I talk to them and try to restrict things, they always accuse me of taking but never giving back. And I sort of feel that way now. And so rather than taking, I mean, this is the 0.25 level is about 800,000 pounds roughly, depending on metric or English. It's several 100,000 pounds less than we're allocated now. It leaves us about 1.1 million pounds for a fishery to develop if it ever could. And we're certainly willing to horse trade as we have done over the past several years if needed.
All right, Chris, do you have any comments as seconder of the motion?
No, I think Doug covered everything pretty well.
All right, John Clark.
Just a couple of questions. I mean, first of all, if you did develop a fishery, Doug, we still will likely have the incidental catch small scale fishery, which I know we were using that before the allocations changed. And then is there any need to bring Pennsylvania into that also, since they might get a menhaden in Pennsylvania state waters once every 5-6 years?
So I brought Pennsylvania in to be all inclusive. And that's certainly the direction our nation's headed in these days, is to be all inclusive.
Okay, Jim Gilmore. Pass. Any other? Nicola, and then Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the ability for us to provide flexibility with this provision for the possibility of a growth in a state. I'm a bit hesitant to do that for a state that I don't think has any prospect of a commercial fishery in the future. I'm looking at the table of commercial landings that was in Amendment 2, and Pennsylvania is not even a column in there, of course. So I think I could support this if Pennsylvania were to stay in the lower tier And that way we would be maintaining a three-tiered approach. It would just be moving 2 states.
Thanks, Steve, and then Joe Semino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand what's going on here, and it kind of ties back to what my good friend Dennis Abbott said earlier. You know, as this resource built up and there was more fish available, we didn't think all the increase in quota would go to all the states that already had all the quota. And I think almost everybody around here sees that. So I think there is an issue to deal with here, but it might be a bigger issue. And I think we're going to deal with some of it in a little bit, but it may be bigger than what we already have on our table. It may be a future addendum or amendment.
Okay, Joe, then back to Dennis.
Yeah, I appreciate what Doug's trying to do and why. I'm going to go on record that I'm opposed to the motion for a couple reasons. I think we have ways to get you quota when needed. We're trying to utilize the TAC. That's one of the things that we say we're going to deal with, and to hold stuff aside for future fisheries, I don't think is the way to do that. So I think we're missing our problem statement in that approach. And as John pointed out, you know, I've been in several states, and I know that at a 6,000 pound trip limit, there's very few gears that are going to hit their head and not being able to come in with that amount of fish. So, sorry.
All right, Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question I would start off with is I see that 7 states would be at 0.25%. What is the aggregate change in total quota? Are we looking at a decrease for those combined 7 states of 1%? That, if that's my quick math, it's showing me something. Okay, 1.2 million pounds. Whatever it is, that's less quota that those states will have for borrowing, number one. And of that, if the figure is right, 1.2 million pounds, under the present circumstance, again, 75% of that, would it not be reallocated to the Commonwealth of Virginia? Where does that reduction in quota go? It doesn't, in my mind, solve the problem. It also, if there's any decrease, that's less poundage that those 7 states will have to loan out to the 4 states that borrowed most of the quota, transferred the quota, not borrowed the quota, so they're not paying it back later. The state of Maine had 20% of the quota transfers. New Hampshire had 20% of the quota transfers. Massachusetts had 20% of the quotas. And ironically, again, the Commonwealth of Virginia got 20% of the quota transfers. You know, the whole system really, I said it before and I'm going to say it again, it's broken. We're not solving the problem of being able to catch Menhaden where Menhaden, excuse me, are available. So again, I'm not sure if I want to support this because simply put, if 7 states have less quota to provide Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, I don't see the benefit unless somehow in the long run, the affected states see their quotas rise dramatically.
Thank you, Dennis. Any other comments on this? All right, I don't see any hands. Let's go ahead. Do you need to caucus on this before we vote on it? Okay, let's take a 2-minute caucus then, if we could.
Just leave it.
All right, that's 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and vote on this if we've had time to caucus. All right, you see the motion. I won't read it again. Read it once already. All in favor? Yes, ma'am.
Is it too late to throw an amendment up there?
Well, I don't think so. Go ahead.
I would just like to amend that Pennsylvania get put at the 0.1% and then all the other states at 0.25%. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we would
Just pull Pennsylvania out of those under the 0.25%.
you pull them out.
Zero.
Yeah, I believe the original was
0.1.
0.1. Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
No, they're 3.
Okay, there's a proposed amendment to the motion to basically take Pennsylvania out and leave them at 0.01. Motion, that second? Roy, okay, got a second from Roy Miller. Discussion of that. Rationale, Cherie? Or...
Well, as what was already mentioned, Pennsylvania really has no much fishery at this point in time, and whereas the others have the ability to, the other states have an ability to have small scale fisheries. Thanks.
Okay, so the logic there is that we would, Pennsylvania doesn't have the fish, basically we just pull them out of the original motion. That's what would happen. So that's the amendment, the proposed amendment. Any further discussion of that? Do you need to caucus about that? Or should we? Can. Well, let's vote on that amendment. Okay, so we have the amendment to the main motion so that, yeah, sure. Take a minute. motion, which you see up there. All right. All in favor of the amended motion, raise your hand.
Florida, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maryland, Delaware, and New Hampshire.
Oh, okay. All opposed? All right. Yes, I see.
Pennsylvania, North Carolina.
Okay, so 2 opposed. Okay, yes, since we did nulls.
Maine.
Got Maine. Abstentions.
Rhode Island, NOAA Fisheries, and Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay.
12 in favor.
12 in favor,
2 against.
2 against,
3 abstentions.
3 abstentions, 1 no. All right. So now we're back. So that is the main motion now. So let us reword this. Yeah, Malcolm, while we're
Just trying to do the Eric Smith thing. Would it be to move to approve option B with the 3-tiered fixed minimum approach with Georgia and South Carolina receiving 0.25% instead of 0.01%? So basically, it's just moving those 2 states in the original motion.
Yeah, Tony.
The motion was already a property of the board, so to rewrite an amended motion would not be the best procedure under Robert's rules.
But if this now is one way of phrasing it. So I'll read, so the motion now is that we're considering is move to approve a modified version of option B of section 3.1.1 allocation, step 1, so that the following states are at 0.25, South Carolina, Georgia, Connecticut, Delaware, North Carolina, Florida, that Pennsylvania is at 0.01%, and the remaining states will all receive a base allocation of 0.5%. That's the motion. Okay, so do you need to caucus on that? I don't see any head nods. All right, let's vote on it. Is there any objection to that motion? Okay, I see one, so I guess we vote on it then. All right, so all in favor of the motion?
Florida, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maryland, Delaware, Maine, and New Hampshire.
All right, all opposed to the motion?
North Carolina,
Okay, abstentions?
no fisheries and Fish and Wildlife
And
Service.
you know, well, we didn't, okay, so that's it. 15 in favor, 1 against, 2 abstentions. So the motion carries. Okay. Right, so now we have a modified B and we have the original A, and we need to pick. All right, this is where we choose options. No, we changed, that was all about changing B, right? Gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry, my fault. So we're good. So what we did was we approved a modified option B, and that's what it looks like. Okay, good. All right. Thanks. Step 2. All right. Then we have options under time frames to base allocation. This is on page 13 if you're using the document. We have options 1, 2, 3, 3A. Option 4. Oh, yes, we have. Okay, yeah. All right, so we have all right, so we're moving into consideration of options under 3.1.2. Anybody want to start some discussion there? Yes, John Clark.
Well, yeah, we might as well move this along, Mr. Chair. You know, I'd like to put out there that we approve option 3A, sub option 1, the combination 25% of the historic and 75% of the 2018, 2019, 2021.
All right, well, before anything gets up there, so that was, if you're following along there, it's a move to approve option 3A, sub option 1 in your document. Is there a second for that? Yes, Pat Gear seconds. All right, discussion of that motion, and we'll get it up there.
May I say?
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
John,
sure.
go ahead.
Yeah. Right. I think that this one is a nice compromise. It allows more of the stock to be allocated to states where the Menhaden have been moving to. At the same time, it does preserve historic Menhaden fisheries that a lot of states depend on, even when they're not actually landing a lot of Menhaden like our state. I think, as was just brought up in the public comment, this was the option that the majority of the public comment favored. And as we heard from the advisory panel, this was also the option that was favored by the majority of the advisory panel also. So I think it moves us in the direction we need to go without moving radically, and doesn't cause the dislocations that could be done by a larger shift. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat. You have anything to add to that as a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Even though back in February, I kind of lost my mind over this, and you all remember, I usually don't get very angry, but I realize the importance of trying to have, more recent data. But I think, as John said, this is a good compromise. It has some of the historical data, but it also has the newer data as well. So I'm willing to accept this as well.
All right, you've heard the rationale for the motion. Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move to substitute. Oops. Are you ready? Yep. I would move to substitute for option 4B, which is the moving average with the provision to limit states moving average landings if total landings exceed the TAC. And if I get a second,
Okay,
I'll
there's a
provide a motion.
move to substitute by Megan. Is there a second for that? That's substitute. Okay, Cherie. Second by Cherie. Megan, you want to explain your rationale there?
Yeah, thank you. I thought really hard about this and kind of have a lot to say, but I will try and be succinct. I think the long and the short of it is that I truly believe this is the best long-term option for this board. I think first and foremost, we need to acknowledge that we are managing a dynamic resource. And if we work off of that collective understanding, then we can't keep trying to chase a moving target with a static solution. This is the only option before the board today, which provides the opportunity to proactively incorporate both our dynamic resource and our changing environment into our policies. It was less than 24 hours ago that we collectively sat around this table and we had a discussion on climate change scenario planning. And the phrases I heard from commissioners about what we need is we need something that's nimble, we need something that's flexible, we need something that's proactive. I also heard a commissioner talk about changes in trends over time and the challenges that this creates for management. And this is exactly the type of situation that the moving average thrives. This is a scenario where we know change is occurring, but our ability to predict the direction of that change is imperfect. So I think if we're going to put stock into things like the climate change conversation we had yesterday, we also need to start investing in the solutions, and the moving average is the solution before the board today. I think a really unique characteristic about the moving average is that unlike the other options, it's the only one that doesn't make quota increases permanent and it doesn't make quota decreases permanent. But importantly, this fluidity is bounded, and it's bounded because a state can never go below its fixed minimum. And I think that provides a really critical safety net for many states around this table. And I just want to address two concerns that I've heard with this. First, I do want to acknowledge that there are many states that rely on Virginia for bait. Based on the TAC we just implemented, I think Virginia's quota is increasing, and at this point, maybe 45 million pounds. So that's a pretty significant increase for Virginia. And that quota increase is kind of collectively what the New England states will be allocated under this option. The second is that I've heard concern about including episodic landings under the moving average, and that will solely advantage the northern states. I would highlight that the moving average works because you have to have levers that move quota around. So if you don't have levers, we're losing the moving part of the moving average. I would also note that this board actually considered a moving average option, which did not include episodic landings or incidental catch small-scale fishery landings. And the PDT recommended removal of that option because it wouldn't achieve the goals and objectives of this addendum. That said, 2023 landings aren't incorporated into the moving average until 2025. So we actually have 2 years to have a discussion about the episodic set-aside. And if that needs to be modified in light of the moving average, I'm happy to have that discussion. But I think this is the best option for the board today.
All right, thank you for that, Megan. Cherie is the seconder. Do you have anything to add?
Megan touched upon just about everything that I was going to touch upon as well. Again, I just want to reiterate that we did have a climate change scenario discussion yesterday where we had this exact discussion, this exact issue presented to us, and we had a different view than what we have right now. I think that in the spirit of this, that this is the spirit of this, why we got this addendum initiated, is to make sure that we're following the fish and not necessarily following history, past, or politics. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Cherie. So other comments? So Lynn, and then over to Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, you know, I love the idea of a moving average. I think that it is a very clever way to address this issue of stocks that flux back and forth from the north to the south. But the problem that we have with the moving average as it's written, that I don't think that we fully understood, was that the levers to pull really falls within the episodic set aside, which is only accessible to a small portion of the states. So if I may lay out a scenario, we have now increased our quota. So the landings are going to be aligned. I believe that our largest players, which now are the states of Maine, New Jersey, and Virginia, will be fully capable of landing the quota that they will receive. They will be able to land that. The state of Maryland, we're a tiny state. We have incidental catch. Between the years of 2004 and 2013, roughly, we landed over 8 million pounds on average with a high of 13 million pounds. Under this new quota and under the rolling average, I think the state of Maryland will receive something like 6 million pounds. The option binds us to the TAC. So here we are, we've aligned the quota to how it can be caught. If the coastal quota is achieved, and Maryland uses the incidental catch because we have 13 million pounds of fish in the bay, we have no mechanism to add that into our average. We can't get those fish back. And I hope that makes sense, but I think that there's pieces of this. I understand the climate change. I understand the dynamics. I think it's a great way forward, but I would just say that there are pieces that we haven't thought through. And in my little state, it scares us a little bit because we don't have a way to access that extra to get it back. If that set aside quota was equally accessible to all of us, I think it would make more sense. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lynn. Jim Gilmore.
Thanks, Chairman. And I'm opposed to the substitute. And the main reason is, and I agree with Lynn and you guys, it's a good way to go in terms of where we're going for the future. But there's one thing that's inconsistent. Not all our fisheries are the same. So most of the other states are pursuing the fishery. We wait for it to come into the Peconics. So last couple of years, yeah, we've got, I guess it was in 2018, 2019, we got 3-4 million fish. 2020, which we're not including, we had 4 million. This year, we got nothing came in. So I start throwing zeros into that average. I get back to, quite frankly, violating the reason for we had this addendum was that we wanted to, maintain the fisheries. And now if I'm having a declining quota because of this moving average, which I can have, it's really going against the intent of this. So the moving average scares me also because I could have a couple of good years and maintain it and a couple of bad years where nothing comes into the Peconics. And then suddenly my average is cut in half, or my quota is cut in half, or my allocation is cut in half. And again, that is eliminating a New York fishery. So I really can't support this motion. Thank you.
All right. So we heard 4, we've heard a couple against. Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support the substitute motion. Megan really covered all the reasons for it very well. I don't want to be repetitive with that, but I do want to respond to the concern about how the EESA plays into it as one of the levers that is pulled, and note that the other provisions have been a much stronger player in that dynamic over the last 10 years. At just 1%, that's not what has been driving the change in the 3 years of average that we see in the table in the document. And I do think that by changing the allocations, we will likely see a different dynamic as to what states may need to opt into the episodic event set aside. It may not be the tool that we needed if the underlying allocations change. I'm also going to put out now that I'm going to be supporting the removal of purse seines from the small scale and incidental catch provision because that has really driven how the landings have changed. And I think that would be an important sideboard in the adoption of the moving average approach. And, you know, transfers are still another option that all states have access to. And we have maintained, you know, some percentages for nearly every state now. So there's going to be some quota available through transfer still, less than before. But I think that will also counteract which states have access to the episodic set aside. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Nicola. I had Adam and somebody over here. Okay, yeah, Steve. Okay, Adam, you're next.
Thank you. I am also going to be in opposition to the motion to substitute. I appreciate the comments about nimbleness, but history does matter, period. Beyond that, I would call our addendum process largely nimble. In less than a year, we could go ahead and modify these baseline years if we need to in the future. I would also offer as a thought that if a future addendum does look to modify the baseline years using something that are either fixed years or a better version of a moving average, perhaps we could look at something that is more adaptive that allows us on an annual basis through specifications or something to choose those years so we don't have to continue to go through an addendum process moving forward. So I don't view this as an endpoint. I agree and very much appreciate the comments about the moving average being a nimble approach, but in this instance, history matters. We have an approach through the addendum process that allows us future changes, and I would continue to support our looking at these moving forward and not treat this as a put it away for a decade before we look at it again.
Thank you. Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that history matters, and when we set the original quotas up, we ignored 30 years of menhaden fishing in the state of Maine for a more recent time period. And now we've got a chance to take a more dynamic approach that has the most recent time period. And the trouble with quota management is nobody wants to give up what they got, even if they don't got it anymore. So I support this because I think it is the most dynamic and effective way to allocate quota based on the current status of the fishery, and it will continually change. It's adaptive. It's what we talked about yesterday. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Doug Grout?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I certainly can understand the concerns that some of the states have about going to this nimble approach. If you looked at it by itself, there would be flaws in that from my perspective. However, we have already approved one section of this that we have to look at this new rolling average as one way to try and reallocate to where the fishery is, but the other thing that's there is still the minimum. Every state gets a minimum, and you can transfer quota. And this makes this a very, very useful way of distributing quota, because we're, looking at the last 3 years average, the way Menhaden moved around, that's not perfect. Because next year or 2 years from now, Menhaden could be gone from New Hampshire for a few years, and pretty soon our quota would go to zero if we were using the 3-year average. But then they'd come back. They may come back, and again during those years when we have low or zero quota, we'd have to talk to the states where the fish aren't and try to transfer things back in. So I think you have to look at the package here. I think the package that we're putting forward here provides the nimble approach, yet it also we have mechanisms to address the concerns that you were pointing out, Jim, about your state. So I would support something like this.
Thanks, Doug. Other comments? Yes, Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to convey my support for the substitute motion with just being brief, building on what others have said. When I think about the purpose of the addendum and why we're here today talking about reallocation. It's trying to be reflective of where the fish are and providing opportunity where it's needed. I understand the concerns about the moving average, but I also want to echo that it's a moving average. The idea of the moving average is to provide slower change, but also response to change in the system. So innately, having a moving average acknowledges the fact that there is some variability from year to year. There is some history that gets carried through time with that approach. So I just want folks to think about that when we think about the moving average. It's not necessarily an abrupt change from year to year. It's trying to account for change over time in a more dynamic way. Thanks.
All right, Dennis and then Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, the first motion, the original motion says, in essence, in plain English, let's count some old years where people weren't catching anything in our calculations. But Jim Gilmore has a fear that in the future, if he has zeros, he's afraid of what that will do to his average. I think we got to keep apples and apples and peaches together. And, we can't live in the past. I think that Megan Ware gave such a good explanation of why the substitute motion is the way we should go. Thanks.
All right, Jim.
So, and I've heard all that. Let me just break it down in practical terms. So from the reason we were doing this addendum was to maintain the state's directed fishery. We're also to reduce transfers. So right now, I'll just cut to the chase. I need, and this is based upon the last few years, 1%. That's what I need to maintain my fishery. So the last episode we just exercised, we went through, I'm at 0.5%. So I'm already looking down the barrel probably at getting transfers. So I'm going to need more transfers. And then this essentially can even reduce my allocation further if I get 0 years. And I have a 0 year this year. So I'm going to be getting more transfers. And then later on, if we talk about gears and suddenly that small scale fishery gear disappears, I'm going to be doing, my entire fishery is going to be based on transfers. So this is kind of supporting, and I understand the long-term goal. And trust me, if we were talking about fluke, I'd be the happiest guy in the world right now that we're going to take the last 3 averages of what was in our particular landings, because this is what we tried to change over a long time. So yes, we need to get past history, but I like the original motion because it's a stepwise towards getting it with using 75% of recent years. And Adam's right. This part of it, I think, is a good idea, but maybe a couple of years down the road after we get this built. Right now, this will impact New York's fishery and against what the addendum was trying to get at. Thank you.
All right, Matt.
Hi, thanks. I'll be real brief. Yeah, I'll just speaking to support this option, the substitute, and just to say that this species has proved itself to move in the past. It's moved north in the past. It's moved south in the past. I think having a dynamic approach is just, this is a species to try it with.
All right, Lynn.
So I'm just gonna repeat, I'm gonna pile on a little bit with Jim. It is dynamic if the playing field is level. But right now we are gonna do this on a playing field that is not level, where our fisheries are operating differently. So I'm gonna be right in there with, I'm gonna have to arm wrestle Jim for transfers. And our past does say that we can harvest many more menhaden than we're harvesting now. If those fish return back to the south, which they may do, we are going to really struggle under this construct to add that back into our averages if the coast meets its quota. We can't pull that back in because we'll be over the quota, and 4B binds us to the TAC, which is a good thing. So I just wanted to repeat that. It's a great idea. I just think we have a few things we need to think through.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Megan? And then back to Emerson. Ooh,
Thanks.
Max.
Yeah, I just want to respond to a few of these comments. I think people are concerned that their quota is going to go to zero or they're not going to have a fishery. And based on the quotas I'm looking at under this option, I don't see how people are coming to that conclusion. Specifically, I'll just put this out there for context, 0.5% right now, I'm getting that to be over 2.5 million fish, right? So that Maryland and New York, you guys can't go below that, right? And what the moving average is saying is it's weighing a state's landings against its quota. So if you are landing your full quota, you will be rewarded in the moving average as demonstrating a need for growth. That's what this option is saying. So this option is providing the opportunity for growth, whether you have 0.25% of quota or over 75% of quota. I think this is the right option today.
All right, I had several hands. So I had Emerson, then Max, and then Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to the substitute for the reasons that Jim gave and the reasons that Lynn gave. But the other thing that I want to point out is that there's really no public support for this option, right? I mean, we take this document out for public hearing so that we can get public input. Whatever it was, an hour and a half ago, James gave us Megan actually gave us a report from the AP. So in the AP, there was no support at all for any of the option 4. Any of the 3 different things in option 4, the 2 different items in option 4. No AP support whatsoever. And then in the public hearings, there was very minimal support for option 4B. Hardly, excuse me, hardly any at all. So I think we also need to listen to the public.
All right, Max Appleman, and then back to Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak in support of the substitute for a lot of the reasons that have been said already. I'm not going to repeat them all, but I think importantly to me, it's a process to allocations that aligns very well with what feels like our collective policies and positions and recommendations for managing fisheries in the face of climate change. It's adaptive, it's innovative. I think I'm comforted that there's going to be a gut check a few years down the road, 2-3 years. That seems to be the pattern with Menhaden allocations right now. And I'm not expecting it to be completely perfect, but I agree with the position and the posture that it provides.
Thanks, Max. Eric Reed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd really like to ask Mr. Gear that if he finds his brain, would you please look for mine, because it's probably in the same place as yours. I can't really decide whether or not we're talking about where fish are or where fish aren't in this discussion. A little while ago, we said, we redid the TAC at a very conservative number to protect the resource so the resource keeps building. And, I'm reasonably comforted in that, although I agree with Mr. Gilmore that it is a risk. But because of our earlier action where we're conserving the fishery pretty heavily, really, we could have gone to 300,000 tons, 300,000 or bust, I suppose, but we didn't. So I'm reasonably comforted in the fact that we've already done something to protect the resource that would allow for the geographic spread of these fish. Rhode Island we're at risk, but I'm willing to take that risk given our earlier actions and the way the ecosystem is changing. It gives states who are not in double digits of quota to build history and build quota, which means growth, which means jobs. I like that. A lot of people like that. So I support the substitute
for those reasons, but I know it's a risk, but I'm willing to accept that risk. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else who hasn't come in? A lot of good back and forth. I mean, both sides of this argument. Yes, Cherie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emerson, could I just get some clarification on what you just indicated? Were you just talking about the AP, or are you talking about the public response? In regards to the public did not, I may have misunderstood, and I'm sorry if I did. Are you saying that the public does not like the moving average?
Go ahead, Emerson.
I said that in the report that we got from Megan earlier, the AP did not support option 4A or 4B. There was no support out of the AP for either of those.
Okay.
And in the summary of public comments, there was very minimal support of option 4B.
Okay, thank you.
Second, third lowest support of any of the options.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Anything else? Van?
And I hesitate to do this, but I really just want to pose this in a form of a question so that if I'm not understanding, somebody can help me understand. So under this option, I think that Maryland's quota would land somewhere between 5 and 6 million pounds. I'm not concerned about our quota going to 0, but what I'm concerned about is those years that weren't too long ago when we had a lot more Menhaden arriving in our non-directed years. So if my quota now is at 5 million pounds and we suddenly get fish back in the bay and we're landing 8 to 13 million pounds, right? So that's 3 plus over our quota, and we use the incidental catch to get there. And simultaneously, the coasts harvest the quota. My question is, how do we get that extra fish into our average? How do we do it? If I can't get a transfer because I have been slow on the uptake, our fish come in the fall, the transfers are already gone. If my quota is 5 million pounds and we are capable of landing 8 million pounds, how do I get that fish back into my average if we hit the coastal quota? If someone can answer that for me, I'm all good.
Thanks. Anyone? Anything new? Adam, then Joe?
So some of these comments that I've heard here, again, I have a ton of respect for everyone who supports this idea of looking forward. I do. But another concern I have with this approach is essentially what we're doing. I've heard the comments about, hey, fishermen go out, get landings, they'll be rewarded in the future. So we're going to incentivize fishermen to create landings for themselves to be rewarded in the future. That's just bad management. I don't think we would support that in any other case. And that's essentially what I see this doing, is telling people go out, land as much as you can in the near term, and that's how you'll be rewarded. Again, I'm all for nimble. I'm all for looking forward. I'm all for getting landings where they need to be done. I just don't think 4B is there yet, but I look forward to continuing to work on the problem moving forward.
Okay, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think there's another problem that I haven't heard come up. I think New Jersey has a lot of fishing power. I think we could do well under this. We were able to harvest in the fall. If there was a lot of quota left in a high tack year, we're trying to utilize that. States would have a real disincentive to transfer that quota to New Jersey when they're capable of catching it in the fall, because that would just increase our 3-year average. And we would be this whole new player. And so I can see states instead sitting on their quota, not allowing those transfers because the 3-year moving average would just keep us going.
Thanks, Joe. Anything else? Anything new? We've talked this back and forth, and y'all have done a good job of making your points. It's a tough one. This is one of the central things we knew we'd be dealing with. Yeah, Nicola, and then Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to Joe, unless I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, if states are sitting on their quota, not catching it and not transferring it, then they're gonna lose that quota and slowly, in the moving average. So I don't think that, I'm not as concerned about what he just raised. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, Brent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We went through this whole climate change scenario yesterday, 3-4 hour class in climate change. Menhaden are now in their historical range. And this moving average will benefit states that didn't have access to Menhaden in years past. Everything we've done with Menhaden so far has been a new direction in management. I support this moving average. I mean, it was the first stock that we went with ERPs on. And, the technical committee came back with a higher number than what this board was comfortable with, so we reduced it. But I don't see losers in this. And when I hear people sit at the table and say, well, we can catch so many pounds, and what happens if we catch more? Well, that's exactly what's happened to a number of states over the years in the northern region. Because once again, Menhaden they're in their historical range now. Thank you.
All right. Anything else, Jim?
Just last comment, following up on Adam said, so that incentivizing is a good point. So I guess what's going to happen in New York is we're going to have guys saying, well, we've been keeping it as a small scale fishery in the Peconics. Let's start fishing the ocean. Let's start getting our quota up. We can take, and if you looked at what we had off the South Shore of Long Island, I probably could have taken 15 million pounds this year. So if that's what we think this is going to help out, we're actually doing the exact opposite. We're going to be harvesting more because exactly what Adam said. Now we've got people say, hey, if you can get your quota up, you can get more of this. And I think it's a bad idea at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Y'all talked this one through pretty good. All right. I'd like to go ahead and try to move this along. So what we're dealing with here is a substitute for the original motion. Why don't you, I assume we're going to need to caucus. So let's take 2. We'll caucus and then we'll vote on it. All right, thank you for that. All right, we've had time to caucus. We're going to go ahead and vote on this. So what we're voting on is the motion to substitute. So all in favor of the motion to substitute option 4B, raise your hand.
Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Maine. You can't put it down.
Okay. Turned it off.
This is opposed. New York, New Jersey, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maryland, and Delaware. And Florida.
And any nulls or abstentions? So what do you got?
I have 8, 4, and 10 against.
8, 4, 10 against. Motion fails. So the back to the main motion becomes, or back to the original motion becomes the main motion here. Yeah, John.
Just a question. I'm just curious, the services typically don't vote on state allocation issues. I'm just curious as to why you're both voting on this issue.
Yeah, Max.
Well, the comments I made, those are obviously part of my rationale, but I think when we approach any vote at the commission, there's a lot of different factors and variables that we're taking into account. You know, if it's a state allocation, it's happening within the realms of the state, that's one variable, but we support process, we support science, and any other variables that might be part of whatever specific action at hand. So, you know, it's a case by case basis. And in this one, you know, I really felt that it was the right option for Atlantic Menhaden, and it aligned very well, like I said, with our broader policies and positions towards adaptive management with changing ocean conditions and stock distribution changes and all that. So that's what I'll offer there.
Yeah, Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all respect to Mr. Clark, we've sat around this table over the years numerous times. I know that I have, and some of my colleagues, questioning how the services have voted on a particular issue. And I don't think that we should publicly question their motives or their reasoning for voting any more than we should do that to any individual member. Sometimes we may agree with where they go, sometimes we don't, but I don't think we have a hard and fast policy of what they should do. Nor do I think they owe us an explanation for their vote.
Respond to that?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to put them on the spot, Dennis. I'm just saying that typically when we deal with state allocation issues, it just by tradition, I know that the services just abstain. So I was just curious as to why they voted. I wasn't trying to call them out. Like I said, it's just different. They typically do not vote on allocation.
Yeah, I understand, John, but again, their motivations are whatever they are.
Point taken. That brings us back to the original motion. Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to try one more time to move to amend to option 2. Substitute if you prefer, Chair. Move to substitute with option 2. If I get a second, I'll speak to my rationale.
Okay, is a motion to substitute option 2 for the original motion. Is there a second to that? Jim Gilmore. Go ahead, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just reflect on another comment I heard at the climate workshop yesterday was that we need to stop looking in the rear view mirror and look to the front. And we've just decided we're not going to look forward. But if we're going to keep looking in the rear view mirror, we need to make it the most recent years here, or else we are going to not meet the objectives of this addendum to reduce quota transfers and the reliance on the other provisions in the plan right now. And I think this is the only option that will meet those objectives at this point. Thanks.
All right, Jim, you seconded. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, Nicola captured it fine. Thanks.
Okay. You heard the rationale for this particular substitute. Any thoughts, further discussion of that? Doug and then Adam.
Yeah, I don't want to necessarily weigh in on this, but I do view the 2575 as more of a forward-looking. I mean, everything I've been used to as a 50-50 split, viewing past as and most recent. And this does give a nod to the most recent without it being all most recent. So I'm in favor of the original motion.
You're in favor of the original motion, so, okay. Adam?
We are talking about an addendum to Amendment 3, but I think we can all agree that the amendment process is typically something that we would call more deliberative and contemplative. And both of the last two amendments to this fishery, Amendment 2 and Amendment 3, recognize the importance of the 2009 to 2011 years as part of the history in this fishery. That's important. Having the ability, again, to go ahead and move 75% into those recent years, we spent a lot of time going through multiple motions at the first part of this board meeting. Oh, there was another agenda item today. And we wound up with a compromise position. I would hope all board members can look at themselves now and again, look for the compromise position between history and what's current and moving forward. And the original motion does that. I'll again have to not support the substitute. Thank you.
All right, Jim?
The concept of the split makes sense, but just from history, if you recall back in 2009 through 2011, not all states were recording landings. New York was one of them. We had no mandated tracking of what the landings were. So our quota back then was 250,000 pounds. And until we passed, did rulemaking and passed and then essentially got 2 or 3 years in, we actually had no history. So when we go back to this, we were probably landing what we did now in probably 2 to 3 million pounds, but based upon our history and what's on record, we only had 250,000 pounds. So it really doesn't accurately reflect what the fishery was doing back in 2009 through 11. Don't know if New York was the only state, but we definitely were one of them. And I think there were a couple of others. So just the reality of what the numbers were saying back then.
All right, Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the substitute. In kind of comparing these two options here, I think the substitute does a better job of achieving our goals today that are outlined in the document. And we had 4 objectives today. We had the first objective is align with the availability of the resource. I think the substitute does that better. Objective 2 was enable states to maintain current directed fisheries with minimal interruptions. I think we achieved that with the substitute, and I'll note that once again, Virginia is going to have more pounds to land than they did this past year. The third one was reduce the need for quota transfers. The substitute is going to do a better job on that. And the fourth is fully use the annual TAC without overage. And again, I think the substitute does a better job of that. So I'm in favor of the substitute.
All right, thanks. Pat Gear?
I've kept my mouth shut until this point. As Mr. Abbott, Virginia's the big bad wolf in the room in this, but we have a 125-year history of a menhaden fishery in our state. And to just ignore that, just for the most recent years, I can't fathom that. I just can't see that. I mean, I thought it was a good compromise. I fought hard back in February to have a 50-50 split. I thought that was the most fair and equitable, new and old. I thought the 25-75 was a good compromise. It got more and more recent data in there, but it still accounted for some of the historical data. Now we're just throwing it out the window and not even regarding what's happened in the past. And I just can't support that at all.
Thanks, Pat. Other comments? Thoughts? Again, this is looking at the option 2 versus the original motion up there. All right, we had enough discussion. We're going to vote. Do you need to caucus? Yeah, take two. Is the move to substitute option 2 for the original motion at the top. So all in favor of the substitute motion, raise your hand.
Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Maine, and New Hampshire. This is opposed. Florida, New Jersey, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and Delaware.
Any null votes? Any abstentions?
Potomac River Fisheries Commission, no fisheries, and Fish and Wildlife Service.
8 in favor, 7 against, 3 abstentions.
Okay, 8 in favor, 7 against, 3 abstentions. So it passes. Okay, so the substitute motion becomes the main motion. We'll clear the board here.
Read.
All right, we're going to move on this now. Keep some momentum here. Okay, so this is now the main motion. We're considering any further discussion of this motion, which is to move to approve section 3.1.2, option 2, 2018, 19, and 21. That's the original motion we started with earlier. Any further oh no, this is a substitute. I'm sorry. You know, it was at the top. Yeah, okay. This is now the main motion though. Any further discussion of this motion? Adam?
So Joyce, hypothetically, should this motion fail, we would be able to go back to something else that we had prior to this, should this fail?
If it already failed, you couldn't go back to it, I don't believe.
Well, so I mean, this was a motion to substitute that became a main motion. And if this now failed as the main motion, we could go back to one of the motions that hadn't been voted on because they had been substituted.
Is this a Robert's advice? Okay, Dennis.
Adam, I think what you're saying could be done. A motion to, again, going through my experience with Robert's rules, or Mason's rules in the legislature, a motion could be made to reconsider our previous action. But that motion has to be made by someone who was on the prevailing side. So if we voted for reconsideration and it passed, then you could go back to that motion, but that's not a normal thing. Am I correct, Bob, in my reasoning?
Right, thanks for that.
And I hope we don't do that because we'll be here forever, Adam.
Okay. Remember I mentioned pizza. All right. Any further discussion of now the main motion before you? Do you need to caucus on this? If you do, that's okay. Just say so. Okay, I guess not, because we've probably already caucused. All right, well then let's go. Then all in favor of this motion, as you see it there, raise your hand.
Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, Maine, New Hampshire, and Florida.
Okay, all opposed, raise your hand.
New Jersey, Virginia, Delaware.
Any abstentions? Sorry.
Potomac River Fisheries Commission, NOAA Fisheries, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
I don't think there's any nulls. Okay, so it's
12 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions.
12 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions. So it passes. Okay, that takes us to ESA discussions and 3.2.1. So in your document, if you're looking at that, it'd be page 21, page 22. Under increase and set asides, and we have options there. So would anybody like to begin some discussion in this section? Jim Gilmore?
Just a procedural thing. Do we, overage paybacks, were we supposed to be doing something on overage paybacks?
Yeah, on page 15. Sorry. Getting ahead. Trying. Okay, yeah, page 15, page 16 of the document. You've got a decision point there. Two options related to overage paybacks. One was status quo, 1 second year after overage. So discussion in this section. Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my understanding of this issue, it's really just a data availability issue. And while I'd prefer that overages be paid back, the next year, I understand the issue here. So I'll move to approve overage paybacks option 2.
There's a motion for option 2. Is there a second to that? Jim seconds it. Okay. We'll get that on the board, but that would be option 2 on page 16 of your document. Any discussion of that motion? What, Nicola, you want to? You already covered it. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, is there any objection to that motion? This is for option 2. Okay, I don't see any hands for objection. So it passes unanimously. Now back to, thank you for that little interlude there. Okay, that takes us back then to under 3.2, 3.2.1. Is that right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. And we have under increase the set aside, we have options there on page 22. Any discussion of this section? Any ideas, thoughts? Cherie?
Okay, I'll jump out of the gate here. So I'd like to move that the board consider status quo option 1.
That's a motion for option 1, status quo. Is there a second for that? Joe? Smino? All right, discussion of that motion. This is on page 22, option 1, status quo under 3.2.1. Okay, Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that we will support this motion, but I also want to go on the record to say that now that we have realigned the quota, I know that this board elected not to place an option for a 0 ESA in the document, but I just want to go on the record that I think it's time that we start to consider eliminating some of these programs. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. And Cherie, I apologize, Joe. Was there, would you like to explain why you like status quo? Or?
I think at this point in time, we're dealing with a lot of compromise, and that this is we're going to be visiting, I have no doubt we're going to be visiting episodic in a couple years. And so I think we just need to stay at the status quo as a compromise at this point.
Okay. Joe, did you have anything to add to that as a seconder? Okay, thanks. Okay. Further discussion of the motion? I don't see any hands. Okay. We'll vote on it. Any objection to the motion? I don't see any hands. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. So that takes us to under 3.3, 3.3.1, timing of incidental catch. And the small scale fishery provision, that's on page 23. Right off the top there, there's 3 options there under that. Any ideas, Joe Cimino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion for option 2, when sector allocation is met.
Okay, there's a motion for option 2. Is there a second? Second by Pat Gear. All right, Joe, you want to explain why you like that one?
Yeah, I think it speaks to the intent of incidental catch for 2 states that were named specifically, and the 2 that made and seconded this motion. What we would have, so New Jersey has a ITQ for the larger portion of the fishery, and if we had to force our gillnet fisheries and our poundnet fishery to wait for those ITQ folks to catch their quota, then all summer long they would have to be throwing dead menhaden over.
Okay, Pat, did you have anything to add to that?
Just the same thing, just our quota is separated into 3 sectors. It's allocated that way, and the same situation would occur.
All right, you've heard the rationale for the motion. Comments on that, Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I made some comments on this before we approved it to go out to public comment. And I totally understand, especially with New Jersey and Virginia in particular, why this is an attractive option and why it may help with the concern of regulatory discards. I just want to point out that there is an opportunity, I think, with this motion and this option as written for there to be some sidestepping of what we're trying to achieve with the incidental catch fishery. Right now, there's nothing in the document that would prevent a state from setting a sector or gear type allocation extremely low and having that fishery enter the incidental catch fishery pretty early on in the season. There's obviously some benefits to that from an administrative standpoint. It's just a daily trip limit and things are monitored outside of a directed quota allocation. So I just want to put that concern on the record and make sure that it's something that we as a board can continue to look out for as we move through this new allocation process, because I think, you know, depending upon how things fall with other parts of this document, there may be some incentives that are counter to what we're trying to achieve in the incidental catch and small scale fisheries provision in terms of reducing those landings and getting back to sort of our original intent in Amendment 3. So I just wanted to make sure that that was reflected on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you for that. Some concerns of the caution about wording and interpretation. Any other comments or thoughts on this motion for option 2? I don't see any hands going up. Okay, well, let's vote. Any objection to the motion? Don't see any hands there. Then motion carries unanimous. Thank you. All right, now something simple. On to 3.3.2 on page 23 and carrying over with your various options onto 24. And this is under permitted gear types within that fishery. So any thoughts there? Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will move to approve in section 3.3.2, option 2, to remove purseines from the incidental catch small scale fishery provision.
Okay, a motion to adopt option 2. Is there a second from Lynn? Vaguely, okay. Motion, Nicola, you want to provide some rationale?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've seen in the last year, and I believe this year as well, that The use of this gear type under the provision has led to the TAC being exceeded. And I think that's a credibility issue with the public, as is calling a per se in a small scale gear. It's really an outlier in the group of what we call small scale based on the capacity of the gear. And I think this is the right time to make this change now that we have changed the allocations so that states that have relied on it in the past have more access now under their quota. Thank you.
All right, Lynn, did you have anything to add, the seconder? Okay, all right. So that's the motion. Further discussion? Megan?
Thank you. I had sent a motion to staff on this topic. That was a little long, but I'd like to make that motion now. Yes, this will be a substitute.
Yeah, I figured that's what she was. Yeah, let us just find that, get it up there.
I don't believe that was the motion I had submitted.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, but.
Give us a second. Yeah, we're just dealing with a little technical issue here. We'll get this. Whenever they have that there, if you just read your motion, then that'll be your motion.
All right, thank you for everyone's patience. Move to substitute to maintain purse seines in incidental catch small scale fishery provision with a reduced trip limit of 4,000 pounds for purse seines only. And should the TAC be exceeded by landings under the incidental catch small scale fishery provisions, the board can modify permitted gear types via board action.
All right, that's the motion by Megan Ware. Is there a second? Okay, second from Emerson. All right, so we have a motion. Do you want to explain rationale?
Yeah. I think removing purse seines today is treating the symptom and not necessarily the cause. The reason that we've had so many landings under the incidental catch small scale fishery provision is because that was the only way for us to have a viable fishery. I think given the allocation changes we just made today, the pressure on this provision is substantially less, if not eliminated. So it feels a little mature or premature to remove purse seines. I do think purse seines have several advantages in terms of sustainability that were raised in the public comment. Purseines have been critical in maintaining low dead discards in Maine because you can release fish alive. And they also have very low bycatch. I am concerned that if for any reason this encourages folks towards gill nets in any way, that we will be increasing bycatch of things like striped bass, bluefish, sturgeon, and probably most concerning is, you know, most of us next week are going to be on a take reduction team meeting, which is specifically focused on right whales and interactions with fixed gear fisheries. So I would hate to have an unintended consequence of this type of motion be increased vertical lines and interactions in the water. So this motion is intended to acknowledge that there's, you know, some room between a full yes and a full no on purseines, and that's my rationale.
Thank you, Megan. Emerson, did you have anything to add to that? Just
No, I agree with Megan said. I think it's also a good compromise between status quo and eliminating purseines.
all right, thanks. That's rationale. I've got Eric and then Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the maker and the seconder. At this point, we allow, if there are 2 licenses on a vessel, you can have two trip limits at a time. Is that your intent here?
It's not permitted in Maine.
Okay.
It's been a straight 6,000 pound fishery, and this would be a straight 4,000 pound trip limit.
Okay, well, the motion addresses the whole coast, so I guess that's my question.
It does address the whole coast, but it is just reducing the trip limit for purseines only. It's none of the other gear types.
Okay, but if you have 2 licenses on board, you can still have 8,000. If you're not,
I believe that is only for stationary multi-species gear types. It is not for all of the gear types in the small scale fishery provision.
Okay. All right, I guess, all right.
Adam?
So given that 3.3.2 deals with non-directed gear, this would maintain purseine as a non-directed gear, correct? I'm seeing a nod. And then I've got a follow-up question, assuming the answer is yes.
I think 3.3.2 is permitted gear types in the incidental catch small scale fishery provision. So this would maintain purseines in the incidental catch and small scale fishery provision.
Okay, so given that 3.3.2 does not include anything that contemplates trip limits in 3.3.2, are we comfortable with now adding trip limits to 3.3.2 when there was nothing in this section about a trip limit associated with these gears previously?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Adam, this is kind of a hybrid 3.3.2, if I have my numbers right. As you said, is the, you know, what gears are permitted in the small scale fishery incidental catch. And then the next section is the trip limit. So it's kind of hybridizing those 2 different sections and putting a more restrictive measure on one gear type that's being retained in the fishery. So we have done this in the past where you take sort of mixing together different options from different pieces of a document and come up with a hybrid option. So it is, the board's done it in the past, and it is sort of within the range of things that were brought out to public hearing, gear type and trip limits.
Yeah, and follow up.
So this will mitigate any need for further discussion on 3.3.3?
Not necessarily. If there is another, if they want to change, if the board wants to change all other gear types to 5,000 pounds, for example, that discussion still can happen next.
I had Allison, then Max, and then back to Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to specifically touch on one point that Megan made and a point that I also noted in the public comment related to this provision specifically. I read many times about purseines being banned, about moving to gill nets as an alternative fishery. I want to make very clear that removing purse seines from incidental catch and small scale fisheries does not ban the use of purse seines in any way. It simply moves the landings recorded by that year into a different bucket of a state's directed landings. And we've gone through the majority of this document at this point. We've made decisions on the allocation timeline that shift quota to the more northern states, reflecting the biomass distribution. We've significantly increased the overall coastwide quota to reflect everyone's opinion of the best available science and the ecological reference points targets. There was a lot of discussion earlier about, if we adopted these ERP targets, we should work with those ERP targets. And so what I'm trying to ensure here is that we are actually going to be accountable to the TAC set on the ERP target. We all know these incidental catch and small scale fisheries landings at this point in the document are not accounted for against our total allowable catch based on that ERP. And so if we're going to be consistent with the arguments that this board made earlier in increasing our total allowable catch, then it should follow that we follow the objective of this section as listed in the addendum to minimize these landings. Purse seines have been responsible for almost 90% of the increase in landings since 2017 and the adoption of Amendment 3. And I think we need to stick to the objective and remove purse seines. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. I've got Max Eppelman next.
Yeah, just process also, building on what Adam was saying, how will this affect the decision points under 3.3.4? Also, is that guidance the same about combining options and sort of hybridizing? And are we still going to cover the accountability or accounting part?
Tony?
The 3.4 is determining whether or not the incidental catch counts against the TAC or not, right? And so therefore, these landings, if the board, let's say, says we're going to count the incidental catch landings towards the TAC, then they'll count towards the TAC. And I don't understand where you're.
Yeah, let me try to clarify. So part of this motion says that if should the TAC be exceeded by landings under the incidental catch small scale fisheries provision, that's a specific decision point, I believe, under 3.3.4 as well, right? And the different options that the board could have available to them to respond in that scenario.
Yeah, to that, Allison.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. I had a similar question to Max also because I believe in the later section 3.3.4, which it looks like the second half of this motion is attempting to address with respect to changing permitted gear types via board action. The language in this motion appears to be less stringent than what is in 3.3.4, which requires the board to take action rather than allowing the board to take action. So I would be interested in sort of revisiting those other pieces as well down the line. Thanks.
Okay, Megan, to that point.
Yeah, I'm sorry for causing confusion here. I think in the motion I had sent to staff, I had listed out what options this includes. So I think maybe for ease, I'll just read that so people know what options are getting combined here. So for 3.3.2, it's option 1, maintain purse seines. For 3.3.3, I chose 4,000 pounds. That was within the range that went out for public comment. And in 3.3.4, my intent was to include catch accounting via option 2. So option 2B, option 2B, sub option 1, which allows the board via catch accounting to evaluate permitted gear types and take action to eliminate a gear type should landings exceed the TAC. So hopefully that helps.
So that was the original wording that you had, which included the other sections. Yeah. Actually, you were next anyway, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, to my friends from Maine, I think this is asking to have your cake and eat it too. I really do. You know, we have realigned the quota, and I think looking at the numbers, absent the rejiggering of the tier, the state of Maine will have in excess of 20 million pounds to work with. I went back and read the 2012 proceedings for when we first did allocation for Menhaden in Baltimore. And I would actually encourage everybody to go back and read those proceedings because it was a long, thoughtful conversation. And we talked about this bycatch allowance for hours. And it was a very specific problem. Let me rephrase that. It was a very specific solution to solve a very specific problem about these non-directed, stationary, multi-species gears. And we have twisted it now to a point where it's arguably changed the dynamics of Menhaden harvest along the coast, and clearly the fish have moved. But to this point, I also want to say that we need to really start thinking in these conversations about how we are impacting the economics of fisheries in our states, because we don't all fish in a vacuum. We move our fish up and down the states. I have a lot of concern for my fishermen in Maryland. I shouldn't say my fishermen, Maryland's fishermen, who really worry about the impacts on their markets when we're transferring fish out of state or when we're reallocating. And I think we have worked really hard today to realign the quota. That was our #1 objective. And now we're considering taking a directed gear and allowing it to harvest under a provision that was fully intended to solve a problem for these non-directed multi-species gears that could result in significant amounts of regulatory discards. And I apologize for getting a little hot under the collar, but thank you for listening.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. I have several people already lined up. Erica Burgess is online, and then I had Allison, and then Doug, and then Adam.
Thank you. It's not giving me the ability to unmute myself. If I could retain that ability, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I have to say, first off, I'm very uncomfortable by a motion that takes 3 different actions within a document and puts it together. I can more easily see how the motion about moving tiers within the base allocation is within the range of options within the document that went out to the public. But here, I feel like each of these is a separate item, and we might make one decision for purse seines, and we still have to revisit each of the 3 actions for other gears. But it is the state of Florida's opinion that a purse seine is not a small scale nor a non-directed gear for Menhaden, and so for that reason, we'll not be supporting this motion, and we'll be supporting the original motion.
Thank you, Erica. Allison, did you have your hand up earlier?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that was my follow-up to Max's question. I'm good.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks. Doug, Adam.
I was just trying to alert you, Mr. Chairman, to Erica's need to have her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good. Adam?
So I'd just like to go back to my question and Max's follow-up, whereby I had suggested that the motion to substitute would mitigate the need to take action on 3.3. Max asked about 3.3.4. The clarification in italics now seems to suggest that should we vote for the substitute and vote for it as a main motion, that we would in fact mitigate the need for action on 3.3 and 3.4. 3.3.3 and 3.3.4. So I think we need clarification as to what is the motion we're voting for. Are we voting for the motion that has a second to it? And then we still need to take action on 3.3.3 and 3.3.4, or is what is in italics the actual motion, and what's on the board should reflect that. That's my opinion as a member of the caucus sitting here around the table.
Thanks, Adam. Yes, Tony.
So Adam, I think that the board has the ability to take action on all three sections still. This motion is pulling out purse seines and giving it a specific trip limit and a specific reaction to how that trip limit can be changed if the TAC is exceeded. If the board wants to take action on any of the other gear types that were listed, they can still do that. They can put a trip limit restriction on it, and then they can put a reaction for those gear types on if the TAC is exceeded. And the board also still has the ability to vote on whether or not these incidental catch and small scale landings count against the TAC or not.
So this is meant to be purse seine specific.
This is meant to be purse seine specific.
Adam.
Can I hear that from the maker and seconder of the motion to reflect that? Because again, I heard something different from the maker, and what's up there in italics says to me their motion to substitute includes options for those other sections.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of processing this. One part is very easy. The trip limit is purse seine specific. In the second part of the motion, I was choosing options in 3.3.4 that I think are as written. So you would have incidental catch landings evaluated against the TAC. And I'm now realizing that that's confounding this discussion here. So maybe the best way to proceed, and I'll look to Tony here just to chat, is to withdraw this motion. I'll just make a motion to substitute to maintain purse seines with a 4,000 pound trip limit. Leave out the catch accounting. We'll deal with that later to simplify this. Because I get the confusion you're having, Adam. I apologize.
You can do that, Megan, but the board has to agree to withdraw it. It's a property of the board.
So would I have to make a motion to withdraw?
There's any objection.
Or the chair can
Is
ask
there
if
any,
there's an objection.
is there any objection, since we own the motion, is there any objection to Megan's proposing, which is to withdraw? I don't see any hands, so there's no opposition to that. So you can withdraw the motion. Yes, Roy.
Can you withdraw a motion without the approval of the seconder?
Well, that's a good point. I think it's both the.
Well, as a practical matter, the
Seconder is, yeah.
Well, and he's answering the call of nature. Here it comes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have the motion maker, the seconder, and thank you, Roy. And then we agreed, since we own the motion, that that's fine. We withdraw the motion.
All right. So with the board's indulgence, I will try again. And it will be moved to substitute to maintain purse seines in the incidental catch small scale fishery with a reduced trip limit of 4,000 pounds for purse seines only. And if I get a second, my rationale I said before still stands.
And now we've kind of simplified that. So is there a second to the motion as Megan just made it? Dennis Abbott. Okay, seconded discussion. You've already kind of explained the rationale, I guess. So any further discussion of the motion as now it's presented? Yes, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a little bit of discussion. I support the motion, but I also want to explain something about our fishery in the state of Maine. These are lobster boats 32 to 45 feet that throw a small seine, maximum size 150 fathom by 8 fathom. It's not an industrial fishery. It's not a fleet that runs up and down the coast. You leave your mooring and shoot to the other side of the cove, make a set, and go home. It's like a fish trap that you take out of the water every day. And it is not an incidental catch. It's a small scale fishery. And we're offering to reduce to 4,000 pounds. And hey, a dead fish is a dead fish. I don't care what it went into. This is our small scale fishery.
All right, thank you, Adam. And then Jim.
So I'm okay with this. All right. I sat on enough docks this summer in the state of Maine and watched the bait come up on the dock, and I support Maine's fishermen for this. However, I can't vote for this motion until I know that, as Allison suggested, that it is being directly attributed to the cap and not just skating free. So I'm going to make a motion to table this until after we address section 3.3.4.
Lynn, to that, or are you just?
Yeah, I was just gonna speak in opposition to this, if the board will indulge me. We had a conversation about this. I'm just gonna quote the venerable Jack Charlestad for those who remember him. When we talked about this in 2012, and he talked specifically about purse seines, he says purse seine is a directed gear. So nobody would argue with that. We are talking about pound nets and gill nets. I also want to say that we have a drift gill net fishery in Maryland. We don't have people rushing to gill net for Menhaden because of our restrictions. Pound nets are a big gear, but they're a stationary gear. And we have lots of small scale fisheries in Maryland that we manage to quotas. I just think that this is a little bit over the top, and thank you for indulging me.
Procedural thing here, sorry. So Adam made a motion to table, that needs a second. And then we would be restricted to only debating the time at which it would end. So is that a second, Eric?
Yes, it is. And the motion has basically a time. It says until after we address 3.
Well, and that's what I was wondering. He has associated a time. Yeah, okay, so that's all we can talk about now. Okay. Yeah, Bob.
Yeah, so the way motions to table work is the only thing you can really talk about is when the board will get back to this. So it's tabled and that's the only part you can talk about. But now where the board is we should figure out if you want to table or not discuss the previous motion about the 4,000 pounds and the purse seine, and then move into 334.
Okay, so we need to deal with this motion then. Right. Okay, so any opposition right now to the table to motion, excuse me, the motion to table? All right, so no opposition, so that passes. So then we go ahead and flip to the next.
Right, so then you move to section 334 for that conversation, and there are no motions in play right now.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, so we'll skip to 334. No, because that's part of the motion was to go to 334. Oh. Yeah, Bob.
Actually, you could go to 333, or 334, but even what this means is if the board deals with 333, they can't come back to that motion. They've got to go all the way through 334 before they can come back to the tabled motion. So you could maintain the order of 333, then 334 to be consistent with the document.
I'm starting to get hands here. Hang on a second. So I've got Erica, Jim. Okay, and Allison. All right. Erica, what did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to go into 333 first because I believe that will also inform the rest of the discussion, but I have a request for information about the statement that was brought up about some states allowing people with, or a vessel with 2 licenses on board to have double the vessel limit. And if I could know which states that applies to and which gears and whether it counts towards the TAC or not.
Okay. I remember the question was, that was kind of between Eric and you brought up the question about the whether or not a boat could have 2 different licenses or more.
Yeah, the question was particular to that particular motion. There are in some cases, and actually I might not be the one to answer this question, but my understanding it is that in certain cases on certain gear types, that if you have 2 licensed fishermen on board, you can have 2 trip limits. In Rhode Island, for example, our floating fish traps, we allow two licensed captains to bring in 2 trip limits on the same trip. Whether that is specific to Rhode Island or floating fish traps only, I am uncertain of that.
Tony?
So, Mr. Chair, I think you're looking at what I'm looking at. Under the incidental catch small scale fishery provision of Amendment 3, it allows for 2 authorized individuals working from the same vessel for stationary multi-species gear. They can work together and land up to 12,000 pounds from a single vessel. So it has to be from a stationary multi-species gear type.
Did I get?
And that can be any state. That is within the FMP, Erica. I know that Maryland does prosecute that, but I'm not aware of other states that do besides Rhode Island.
Okay, that answered the question.
Yes, thank you.
Let's see, back to my list. Jim, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to try just to maybe do this quick. So I was just going to put a motion up for section 3.3.3 to approve option 1, no change to trip limit status quo.
So motion by Jim Gilmore under 3.3.3 to approve option 1, seconded by John Clark. Want to kind of rationale, Jim?
And again, this is critical for us in our fall fishery. We've been having, as I mentioned at the last meeting, that's the time of the year in the Peconics we're having significant fish kills. So not, if we can't land those fish quickly and get them to market, they end up dying and going to a landfill at significant cost to the local town. So that 6,000 pound trip limit has saved us the last few years, and we'd like to maintain it. Thank you.
Okay, John, anything to add to that?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion by Jim Gilmore, second by John Clark, to under 3.3.3, option 1, status quo. Discussion of the motion. Okay, Lynn?
So my question is, if we do this, then we wouldn't be able to change the trip limits for purse things,
Under the previous motion.
right? Is that how this would work?
Yeah, Tony?
So Lynn, I would say that you could, because the motion that has been tabled, the provision is specific to purse seines and it is a specific trip limit for that. So you're giving a different trip limit to purse seines.
Yeah. Okay, I follow you there. Other discussion of this motion? I don't see a lot of hands. All right, is there any objection to this motion to under 3.3.3 to adopt option 1, status quo? All right, I don't see any objection, so that motion passes. So then that would take us to 3.3.4. page 25, which is the catch accounting in this fishery. All right, any thoughts there, Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I provided staff a motion for this section. Just they graciously perfected for me and kept the red in. Great.
That looks like it.
Yeah.
Would you like to read that?
Sure. Move to adopt option 2A, sub option 1, and option 2B, sub option 1 in section 3.3.4 to evaluate incidental catch and small-scale fisheries landings annually against the coastwide total allowable catch, and to allow the modification of the daily trip limit and or gear types included in the incidental catch small-scale fisheries provision via board action.
Is there a second to that motion? All right, Doug Grout. Okay, have a motion and second. Allison, you want to explain rationale?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is going to be critically important, especially with respect to the motion that we still have on the table. I mentioned earlier, and I'll reiterate here, that we have an ERP target for this important fishery species, and I think we need to be responsible to managing to that target. Our total allowable catch right now on a coast, we obviously have overages and payback provisions on a state-by-state basis, but if we go over on a coast-wide basis, there is no accountability to that number at this point. I think it's important and shows the intent of this board that we really do intend to manage to that number and manage to that goal of ecological reference points, that we have some sort of catch accountability. And with respect to the sub options, I just wanted to touch on that quickly. Right now, obviously, we have the option to modify these types of things via board action. As we sit here today, working on an addendum that has been 18 months or more in the making, we know that those things don't move very quickly. And I think that this would give us the opportunity to react to trends like we saw with the addition of purse seines into the small scale fisheries. We saw that increasing year over the past 4 years, and it took 4 years for us to step in and take action. And so in the spirit of being nimble and flexible, I think that this would give us the opportunity to more quickly and directly address any of those issues that we see if there are particular gears or sectors that are contributing to continued exceedances of the TAC. Our goal was to get closer to reduce the amount of latent quota. So as we move closer and closer via allocation to using all of our coastwide TAC, this becomes more important. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Doug, do you have anything to add to that?
Just the simple reiteration that we need to have these start being included under the TAC.
All right, thank you. So you have a motion, you have a second. Further discussion, Adam?
Thank you. So this makes it clear that this is covered under the TAC. Option 1 specifically stated that the landings do not count against a state allocation. Option 2 specifies that the landings are evaluated against the TAC, but is silent on the issue of counting against a state allocation. So where does this leave those landings with regards to counting against the state allocation with option 2A?
Thinking. Tony?
It would come off the top. It would not count against a state's allocation.
Adam?
Okay. Would staff agree or disagree with the sentiment that a modification to this motion that would clarify that it would go against the state's allocation be allowable within the options in the document?
So processing here.
And I'll go so far as, if it helps staff at all, that I think as it's relevant and the gear type of concern with regards to the motion that we tabled, that I would go so far if I was to make that motion to amend at this point to specify specifically that it would be the purse seine gear type that is the type that should be addressed relative to the state allocation, if that helps.
Yeah, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It gets tricky because the way this incidental catch small scale fishery works is you're allowed to access that fishery once your state quota is landed. So once you initiate, so your state quota is landed in 1 year, now you initiate your small scale incidental catch fishery. So all those landings by definition are over your state quota. So they would have to come off, you're essentially, anything you catch this year is going to come off next year's quota because you've automatically already have an overage, right? So that's the difficult part is you can't access this fishery until you land your state quota, or a subsector of that state quota.
Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I just feel like we're spiraling into madness. I really do. So the purpose of the incidental catch was to allow fisheries that encounter Menhaden and it's really out of their control to access those fish and not have it repeatedly counted directly against their quota. By including the purse seines in the incidental catch, but as Bob just said, by default, it's gonna come off the top. But by default, it won't be counted against the state. And I really think that it might be a small scale fishery. I mean, these guys are catching bait for their lobster fishery. I think that's great. I completely support that, but this is not the provision where they belong. It is absolutely not. They can go find the fish. They may not travel miles. Our largest boat in Chesapeake is probably, what, Russell, maybe 60 feet at max. Probably more like 40 would be the average, down to 25. And we have big water in the Chesapeake Bay, but those guys in those boats, they can take a mobile gear and go pretty far and do some fishing. So I just want to repeat that, when we thought through this addendum, I think we thought through it really well. And now we're just going back to make it more complicated and more serpentine, and we're going to start to lose credibility here. So thank you again.
All right. We answered Adam's questions. Further discussion of the motion. All right. I'm not seeing any hands. Yes, Rob.
I think we've come full circle, and I'm just wondering how we get out of it, right? I mean, I think as I look at this, we basically said purse seines are directed fishery. They should be accounted for in your allocation and the allocations that we've been working on as a group. That was the original motion, but in order to help make an accommodation to Maine so they can kind of get out of that over time, we put purse seines back in, and now we're trying to figure out how to move forward. I guess where I come at is it seemed pretty clean when we started this to just take purse seines out. So that's where I'm leaning. And in the meantime, I'm sort of playing a little game of chicken with these motions to know kind of what I heard Adam talking about is he wanted to make certain we understood where we were. I think this dialogue has been helpful to me, but I guess I just want to put on the record that I still feel strongly that purse seines should come out because we've made all these other accommodations. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Max?
Yeah, I support this motion. I particularly appreciate the combination of the sub options here, creating sort of a toolbox should any gear type or overages continue even after this reallocation has taken place. So I just wanted to voice my support for the motion.
All right, so we've got some support, some opposition, further discussion. I think let's go ahead and vote on this to one way or the other. You need caucus on it since it's kind of unique. Yes, go ahead and take at least 2 here. I'm assuming you're caucused out here. Let's go ahead and vote on this. So you see, I won't read the entire motion again before you, but you can see it. You just caucused. So all in favor of the motion before you, raise your hand.
Rhode Island, Florida, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, Pennsylvania, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maryland, Delaware, Maine, and New Hampshire.
How'd that happen? Okay, that would be unanimous. There's nobody left. Everybody voted, right? Nobody voted twice. Okay, so that passed unanimous. Yes, that was actually a substitute. Yeah, so that allows us to go back to Adam's motion to table. So now we can, yeah, so that's automatically off the table because that was the condition that was placed in the table of motion, which takes us back to 3.3.2. And that was where we left off. Okay, where we left off here, we had this motion to substitute. Okay, right, that's stable. So where we left off was we were just involved in the discussion of the motion to substitute. So that's where we would pick up, right? So further discussion where we left off on the motion to substitute. Adam.
Okay, so I gotta look to Maine for some help here because I want to help. I want to be part of the solution here, not part of the problem. Where I need to be is I need to see purse seine landings, it's a small scale fishery, continue as part of the state allocation. We've addressed one issue where it's part of the overall TAC. We've addressed that. We now know it's going to count against the overall TAC. But I am in the position that I feel that the right thing is for these purse seines as a directed fishery needs to count against the state's allocation. At the same time, I recognize that once the state's allocation is hit, if the fishery gets shut down, lobstermen are going to be without a bait source. I'm sensitive to that. I get it. So that's the bridge I need to cross in order for the purse seine fishery to keep going. I need to know what you can do in Maine to not reach that point where your purse seines have to stop operating, but it's going to count against the state allocation. I don't know if there's any other, maybe I'm all alone with this problem here. You know, I don't know if there's any other board members that share the concern, but I'm of the opinion that the purse seine catch has to count against the state allocation, but we need some way to keep your fishermen in bait at the same time.
All right, thanks. Understand point. Lynn?
Yeah, and I'm sorry because this is Maine's to field, but I just want to respond on our end. The reason that this delegation supported the 3 most recent years was exactly for that, to move that quota up there so that they would be able to support that lobster fishery.
All right, thanks, Lynn. Yes, Megan.
I think I felt like a question was directed at me, so I want to try and answer it. I think it gets to what the provision is, Adam. So this provision, it kicks in after you catch your state's quota. So this is not saying, this is based on what we just voted on with catch accounting. It's saying once if Maine catches its full state quota, and we move to this incidental catch small scale fishery provision, and purse seines are allowed at 4,000 pounds, then those will be counted against the TAC. But this provision occurs after a state reaches its state's quota.
All right, thanks, Megan. See any other hands? Any other discussion of this motion to substitute? All right, do you need to caucus on that? Yes, okay, let's caucus. Take two. Everybody's had a chance to caucus. All right, we're going to head and vote on this. All right, we're voting on the motion to substitute right before you there. All in favor of the motion to substitute, raise your hand.
New York, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Oh, and New Hampshire.
All opposed to the motion, raise your hand.
Florida, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Virginia, North Carolina, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Georgia, and Maryland.
Any abstentions? Got it. Oh,
No Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service, and Delaware.
okay. Anybody null out on that? And one no? Okay.
New Jersey.
Gotcha. 5 in favor, 9 against, 3 abstentions, 1 null. All right, so motion fails. That takes us back again to the original motion at the top of the screen, which was to move to adopt option 2 in section 3.3.2. All right. All right, so we're back to the main motion. Further discussion of the main motion. Don't see any hands. We can vote on this. Do you need to, anybody need to caucus on this? Don't think so. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. The motion before you, all in favor, raise your hand.
Florida, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Potomac River Fisheries Commission, Maryland, New Hampshire.
All right, all opposed, raise your hand, please.
Maine.
Good. Abstentions?
Delaware, NOAA Fisheries and Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay. 14 in favor, 1 opposed, and 3 abstentions. So the motion passes. I think that's it. I told you guys, you know, yes. Warren, you have a question or something?
Yeah, well, just a comment. I know it's late. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Lauren and myself, our state director, Chris Coombs, couldn't be here for this meeting because of a family emergency. And just sitting here, it'd be hard to make an argument to increase a Menhaden quota, given Pennsylvania's lack of a commercial fishery or any realistic probability of starting one. Further, we didn't want to be an obstructionist from other states advancing their quota. With that said, there are Menhaden in Pennsylvania waters, and we believe in conserving the resource, and we've been open to, in the past, transferring quota. We're optimistic that ecological reference points will be effective, and we look forward to continuing to work with all of you on this board going forward for sound management practices. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Appreciate that. Okay. Remember, I said everybody wasn't going to be happy, but you guys did a great job. Tony?
Just remind the board that we did a motion to approve the document as modified today, as well as an effective date.
Do we have such, or do we need to actually?
We need to make one.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Cherie, did you?
She's.
Yes, I'd like to move to approve the addendum as modified, and the measures will become effective January 1st, 2023.
Have a second for that? Jim Gilmore? Discussion of the motion? Yes, Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can move pretty fast in Massachusetts, but I don't think I can make any changes to the measures by January 1st. I was thinking more along the lines of, implementation plans maybe being due in mid-January. The board has to approve them at the winter meeting, and then there might be an implementation deadline of April 1st or May 1st to allow states their processes. But that, I wanted to bring that up as a discussion, not a motion, to see if that aligned with the other states' abilities to act on new regulations.
Well, that's a good put. We all have our ways of doing this, but Tony?
Nicola, is your intention, it's for the quota to be effective January 1?
Yes.
So then we would need to craft a split effective date.
I'll throw out May 1, but I was hoping if there was any discussion about that, certainly willing to discuss it.
We're trying to find something that works for everybody with their systems, and we don't want to get anybody crossways here. Is May 1 in the discussion right now, would May 1 be acceptable? Okay. And so in terms of modifying this, so the maker and the seconder of the motion are okay with the tinkering with the wording? So we're still tinkering. All right.
Nicola added dates for implementation plans, and I think we should include those in the motions as well. And you suggested
January 15th for implementation plans being due, and then the board would take action on them at the winter meeting, if that provides enough time for PRT review and whatnot.
Let's get this up here and we'll make sure you fully understand what you're signing off on. Yes, ma'am.
Indulge, Mr. Chair. The commission meeting is the very last week in January. If you want the PRT to provide comments to the state implementation plans, we would need them sooner than January 15th.
January 1st?
Yes. It'll be in supplemental materials or a report at the meeting, if that's just to prepare the board for that.
Is that settled out now? Cherie?
Jim, are you okay? Okay. So I'd like to reiterate my motion. Move to approve the addendum as modified today and have the allocations be effective January 1st, 2023, and the remaining measures will be effective May 1st, 2023. Implementation plans will be submitted, be submitted by January 1st, 2023, and reviewed by the board at the winter meeting 2023.
All right, that's the motion. Everybody good with that? Questions? Discussion of the motion? Opposition to the motion? Don't see any hands. So motion passes unanimously. So thank you very much. Is there any other business to come before the Menhaden board? Okay, seeing none. Menhaden board is adjourned. And thanks again. You guys have done a lot of work, and staff and everybody. Thank you.